99.7 FM and hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we all love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana, 16 regions, including Sankara FM Yendi, Laura FM Laura, and Radio Max Takrady. Get radio, TV, and online content on myjoyonline.com. Now, coming up, the Auditor General exposes massive overpayments in a national school feeding program by over 2.3 million cedis. We'll bring you details from its latest audit report. Also, scores of residents in the Central and Greater Accra regions unaware of the outbreak of dengue fever despite rise in number of recorded cases.
The fever you're talking about, I haven't heard of it, and I don't know. I kind of know that mosquito causes malaria, but I haven't heard of this fever. I don't know the name of the fever.
And later prioritize PhDs over passports. That's from Deputy Education Minister Reverend Fojo.
That in an era where someone thinks that a Dutch passport should be more important than a PhD. It's rather unfortunate.
In business,
rising cost of imported rice due to cedi depreciation causes demand for local rice to surge. We hear from the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. That's on the Joy Business Report.
These are more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. Now, the Auditor General, Johnson Ekwama, has cited the National School Feeding Secretariat for overpaying caterers by over 2.3 million Ghana cedis. Additionally, the Secretariat made improper payments to caterers who were not under any contract and could not account for over 1 million cedis collected from the sale of caterer application forms. These findings are detailed in the latest performance audit of the school feeding program. My colleague Maxwell Agbagba joins me in the studio with details. Maxwell, the performance audit raised irregularities with the school feeding program, payments made over time. Tell us more.
Yes, it says the National Secretariat failed to recover overpayments to caterers amounting to 2,321,042 Ghana cedis in 10 regions from 2019 to 2022. Now, for instance, in the Ashanti region, the Secretariat overpaid 9 caterers a total amount of 136,000 Ghana cedis, out of which 83,000 Ghana cedis was retrieved. Also, they overpaid a total amount of 176,000 Ghana cedis to 14 caterers in the Central region. The Auditor General also noted that 274,000 Ghana cedis was wrongly paid to caterers with no contract. Also, an amount of 831,776 Ghana cedis realized from the sale of the caterer application forms wasn't accounted for.
Maxwell, there was a response from the Secretariat. Give us details.
Well, the management's response from the Secretariat states that during one of their reconciliations, they identified overpayments to a group of caterers. They were subsequently deducted from their payments in following terms. This deduction was to the tune of 655,000 Ghana cedis.
Thank you, Maxwell. Now, still in that report, the Auditor General revealed that some caterers were feeding hundreds of pupils with unwholesome meals. But Secretary of the Ashanti Regional School Feeding Caterers, Dorothy Oforisapong, disagrees.
Of the price of the food, we don't use enough ingredients to do it. For instance, if we have to use about maybe 50 cedis onion, we'll use about 20 or 30. Because the ingredients, they are all very expensive. And if you are going to use tomato soup and you have to use maybe 2 tins of tomato, you use 1. And so you will not get the fairness of the rice. But using color, for me, no, out.
Well, Deputy Ranking on Parliament's Education Committee, Dr. Clement Apak, wants government to increase the amount allocated for feeding under the program.
After a protest by the school feeding caterers, supported by many advocates, including myself, we were hoping that government would have at least increased it to about 3 cedis 50 pesos or 4 cedis. Eventually, the government told us that it had increased it from the 99 pesos to 1 cedi 20 pesos. In this economy, for the past 2 to 3 years, can 1 cedi 20 pesos even feed a pet cat?
Well, still on feeding, in school, suppliers of food items to senior high schools across the country are up in arms against government over what they term as fraudulent deductions from monies owed them. According to the National Food Suppliers Association, the Ghana Commodities Exchange, one of the entities in charge of contracting supplies to supply food items to schools, has started deducting those monies without any notification. Kweku Ameduma is PRO for the food supplies.
Some or those who have been paid
have been subjected to some fraudulent deductions that we don't understand. We went, borrowed money and procured this in 2024. We had to be chasing after 6 months when payments are due for us to collect our money.
To health now, despite the growing number of cases of dengue fever, scores of residents in Central and Greater Accra regions claim they are unaware of the symptoms, mode of transmission, and preventive measures. 36 cases have been confirmed in the Eastern and Central regions in the last 3 days. Now listen to some residents in Accra and Cape Coast calling for intensified public education.
I don't know about the dengue fever, but then I know about malaria, and I know that malaria kills a lot. Yeah, so I'll go and research about the dengue fever and know what I'll do to protect myself from it.
With the fever you're talking about, I haven't heard of it. I don't know. I kind of know that mosquito causes malaria, but I haven't heard of this fever. I don't know the name of the fever.
Dengue fever.
Dengue fever, yeah. I don't know. I haven't heard of it, but I will make my research. As a student, I have to make research on them.
Meanwhile, Director of Public Health at the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Isiedu Bekwin, emphasizes the importance of early detection and treatment.
Now, what is good is now we have established that it's a dengue outbreak, and the approach or the response is the same across. So it doesn't matter whether it's in Eastern or in Central. I need to state that these cases, I think it is about 1 or 2 that was, I'll say, admitted. All of them, virtually, they went to the hospital and they are a team from the various health facilities that go on a daily basis to see how they are faring.
Well, to the Ashanti region, President Akufo-Addo has assured that 11 district hospitals and 1 polyclinic will be completed before this year ends. Speaking at the commissioning of the Adanse Fomna Hospital, the president indicated the projects form part of his agenda for transformation in the health sector. Nana Boachi Yadom reports.
President Akufo-Addo commissioned the 9-year-old Adanse Fomna Hospital, which was started by the John Mahama administration in 2015. The project, which was expected to be completed in 2017, was hit by some financial constraints. At the commissioning of the hospital, President Akufo-Addo indicated his government's commitment to completing stalled hospital projects.
By the end of 2024, we'll also complete several significant projects, including the Urology and Nephrology Center of Excellence at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital.
Ranking Member on Parliament's Defence and Interior Committee James Agaga has lauded the appointment of COP Christian Teteyonu as Deputy IGP in charge of operations. COP Teteyonu's appointment, according to the President, follows recommendation by the Ghana Police Council based on his excellent performance over the period. James Agaga said although the appointment is appropriate, the President must clarify if there will be more appointments to the police hierarchy.
What I do know and what the position has always been is that we've had 1 slot reserved for a Deputy Inspector General of Police. And so I thought the wording of that letter would have been that, okay, his Deputy Inspector General of Police, simple and straightforward. But to say his Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of operations could mean that we may have a second appointment.
James Agaga is ranking member of the Defence and Interior Committee in Parliament. Now, Deputy Education Minister Reverend John Intim-Fojo is urging the nation to prioritise the pursuit of higher education and research, emphasising the importance of earning PhDs over obtaining passports. He advocates for a shift in focus towards academic excellence and innovation as key drivers for national development and progress. He spoke at the recent launch of the University of Ghana's 5-year strategic plan.
In Africa, the country that has the highest gross tertiary enrollment ratio is Mauritius, with 40% gross tertiary enrollment ratio. Ghana and a few other countries are some of the next leading tier, around 23%. The rest are around 5. But for us to meaningfully transform the continent and our country, we need to be able to achieve a gross tertiary enrollment ratio of 40%. Many of our young people must be able that in an era where someone thinks that a Dutch passport should be more important than a PhD. It's rather unfortunate.
And you heard the Deputy Education Minister, Reverend John Intim-Fojo, bringing us to the end of the bulletin this morning on Joy 99.7 FM. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. This morning news on my joyonline.com. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Hey. We see you specking your car, taking that trip, chilling on the beach. Charlie, now we want to see this become your story. Simply use your ABSA card 10 times or more, and you'll be entered into a monthly draw where you stand a chance to be among 5 lucky winners to take home 40,000 Ghana cedis. The more you use your card, the more entries you'll receive. Earn an extra entry by using the ABSA app or internet banking 5 times or more. No ABSA card? Don't worry. Visit the nearest branch for an ABSA account or card today and make winning part of your story. Promotion is between 1st July and 31st October. This promotion is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Your story matters. ABSA.
Businesses know how important it is to create a productive and supportive working environment by investing in employees' health. With a leading international track record, Apex Health Insurance is licensed to provide medical insurance services to corporate organizations and SMEs. We also have international LH Blue cover and TPAs to cushion you. Multinational companies, factories, and government agencies, focus on your business while Apex Insurance takes care of your health. Visit Apex Health Insurance office at Zion House, Boundary Road, Shiashi, Kumasi, opposite Prempeh College, Sofo Line, and Takrady Market Circle. For further inquiries, call 0501 562 962 or 0501 552 495. Apex Health, your preferred health insurer.
Please, do you still refill cylinders here?
Oh yes, and there are a lot of benefits when you refill gas cylinders here. Not only do we get to run safety checks on your cylinder before refill, but you get to buy any amount of gas per your pocket. And you even get to see for yourself how much is really being put into the cylinder, so you're not cheated.
Master, this one there, Philly Gadochi. I know say you no invite me, but I go talk some. If you know be these LPG stations, like how we taxi drivers go fill our tanks.
But do these LPG stations have permit to still operate?
Of course. LPG stations are safer now than ever. We've always been licensed and fully regulated by National Petroleum Authority with total support from Ghana Fire Service, Ghana Standards Authority, Factory Inspectorate, as well as the EPA. So don't worry, crowd.
Oh, I hear say these LPG stations be for indigenous Ghanaians. It be true?
Of course. LPG refilling is the only industry in Ghana that is now 100% owned by Ghanaians. By refilling your cylinders at the gas station, you are promoting indigenous businesses.
The money, you go stay here, no.
Oh yes. Protect local businesses by refilling your gas cylinders at LPG stations nationwide.
We know we shall win, and we know we'll survive. Shall wash away all tears.
Oh, jump on now.
Go, the go.
Google me.
Now, what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my go be fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my go be inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the go be too small.
The go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Choboy! Yeah. We have a new leader in town. OBRNT. Amanfo. Me don't want to be when him say my baby, maybe more charcoal for whiter teeth. More charcoal. Not only that, maybe lemon. More lemon. Zinc for fresher breath. More zinc. And fluoride for stronger teeth.
Introducing the new President Charcoal packed with more power with a combination of charcoal and lemon for naturally whiter teeth. Grab yours now. This advert is FDA approved.
The luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone. Yeah. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone. Yeah.
Doctors,
nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers,
bankers.
You could be the luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
East, West, North, South, Obia.
go.
The luckiest. Luck is everywhere for everyone. Yeah. The luckiest. Luck is everywhere for everyone. Yeah.
Doctors,
Nurses,
barbers,
drivers,
bouncers,
friends,
teachers.
bankers. The luckiest. You could be the luckiest.
Right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters, and Total Energies, Total, we go the extra mile for you. Coming up is a Joy Business Report, and Darrow Kwa is already seated. Good morning, Darrow.
Good morning, Winston.
How are you doing?
I'm good. You?
Oh, as you can see, God is taking care of his children. We can't complain.
He is. What's up this morning?
Well, a lot of discussions coming up this morning. It's a Thursday. We'll be having representative or a rep from the NPP and a rep from the
Political
NDC joining
Thursday.
us. Yes, Political Thursday. We'll be having a conversation about, the LI 2180. We'll talk about the next line of action. We're all concerned about the traffic situation. How do we deal with it? Yesterday, one person shared something with me. He doesn't mind if I mention his name. Dr. Sedo. He actually talked about the fact that the traffic situation, why we've not solved the traffic situation, is also a tax policy issue. Think about it for a minute. Because if you fix the public transport system, so you talk about the public transport, if you fix it, how many people will continue to buy cars and pay duties at the ports? How many people will buy more fuel, which has lots of taxes on it, for the state to make money? How many people will be importing spare parts into this country so that they pay duties and then we get more money?
Well, we could also talk about how staying on the road for longer periods can affect productivity.
Yes, but is that something we care about so much? So that's a part of the conversation we must have. But also coming up here, as part of the conversation, we'll talk about suppliers to free SHS. They are complaining.
Again?
And the minority say they are owed some 6 billion Ghana cedis. Think about that. But hey, is it a question of which government sold land or a question of why state lands find themselves in private hands? Why don't you return them to the owners if you have no use for them? Who are these private persons who buy state lands? And is it a justification just because it didn't start under your tenure? We'll have that conversation here on the Super Morning Show. But of course, we also got to talk about, organized labor, the decision to, first of all, declare a strike, then call off the strike when states decided they were not going to sell their 60% shares in 4 of its hotels. So all of this coming up here on the Super Morning Show. But I guess, yes, but even before we do that, I forgot to say this morning that yesterday the Democracy Cup, was played between Fantabulous Kumasi Asante Kotoko.
Okay, how'd that end?
And the team that nearly escaped relegation last season, Accra Hearts of Oak. And as expected, Kumasi Asante Kotoko. You know it already. Kumasi Asante
Where's
Kotoko.
Mamavi this morning?
Mamavi is on leave. But wherever she is, she would hear that Asante Kotoko did it again. Accra Hearts of Oak.
She'll have a reply for you, I'm sure.
Oh, no. You see, if you are a Hearts of Oak fan this morning, come on.
Never say die.
We actually released 21 players Asante Kotoko. Hearts of Oak said they were going to beat Kotoko because Kotoko had released players. But you see, when you are a great team, you are a great team.
Well, it's just saying that Kotoko still is in crisis. So
no, Kotoko is not in crisis.
It's still in crisis.
Accra Hearts of Oak may be in crisis. I don't know about that.
But
I would not doubt it.
We know it.
Kotoko is in what crisis?
This is just one of those things.
No. Accra Hearts of Oak managed to escape relegation on the last day of the Premier League. Kotoko was safe before then. What are you talking about? Is that a team in crisis? Anyway, let's get to the Joy Business Report. Brought to us by Omni Basic Bank at your service.
Hi, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, rising cost of imported rice due to cedi depreciation causes demand for local rice to surge. We hear from the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. Also, commercial banks say they're keenly observing economic improvements to decide whether to participate in government instruments. We have details from the Ghana Association of Banks. Plus, Face Solutions maintains forecast of 4.3% growth rate for the Ghanaian economy this year. Details coming up. My name is Daryl Kwao. Good morning to you once again. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KT Radio. The depreciation of the cedi has indirectly sparked an increase in demand for local rice. Speaking with Joy Business, the national president of the Peasant Farmers Association, Wepia Awal Adugwala Ado, described the situation as a blessing in disguise. He spoke with Joy Business on the sidelines of the National Stakeholder Validation Workshop on the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2 in Accra.
Access to credit for our members is still high. They have no form of support, no subsidy for the rice farmers. And quite surprisingly, when I was in Asuchare last week, the rice farmers are telling me that they are now beginning to get a market. And how are they getting this market? Because of the exchange rate. Now, the dollar is rising so high against the Ghana cedi. So a number of importers are unable to buy the US dollar to go and import the rice. And this is what is forcing them now to go into the rice farms in our local areas to buy the rice for them. So in as much as the exchange rate is a big problem for the nation, to some of the rice farmers it's a blessing in disguise because it's forcing some importers to go. So government.
You had Wepia Awa Adugwala Ado, national president of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. Now, commercial banks are currently monitoring ongoing developments in the economy in order to decide on participating in the various government financial instruments. This is despite delay by the international rating agencies to upgrade the country's economy after completion of domestic debt restructuring. Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewa, disclosed to Joy Business that domestic banks are observing the trend and will be taking decisions accordingly.
As banks, we are also watching. We have ways of also analyzing the positives from the developments that we have seen, from the OCC MOUs that have been agreed, from the Eurobonds that almost have been closed now, the domestic debt exchange we know has already been done. These are all positives to the fiscal space. And as banks, I'm sure in the various boardrooms and risk committees, they will factor these in their uptake in government instruments.
That was Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewa. Face Solutions has maintained its forecast of 4.3% growth rate for the economy this year, saying the economy will grow strongly than anticipated. This is far higher than the 2.9% projected by the International Monetary Fund. According to the London-based firm, consumer spending has remained robust since the first quarter of the year, whilst the outlook of the extractive sector is promising. Here's Associate Director Country Risk at Face Solutions, Mike Kruniger, speaking on the media review for Sub-Saharan Africa.
We expect economic growth to remain stronger than what we have seen in the past couple of years, with the economy forecast to expand by 4.3% in 2024 and then 4.5% next year. And there are obviously a couple of key reasons why we hold a more positive outlook for the Ghanaian economy. So the first one, after years of decline, Ghana's oil sector appears to be recovering, as you can see on the right-hand side chart. Our oil and gas team here at BMI attributes the recovery largely to Tullow Oil's drilling campaign at the Jubilee and 10 fields just off the coast of Ghana, as well as the resolution of operational setbacks at key oil facilities. So stronger oil production this year should support exports and offer support to the economy.
Mike Kruniger there, Associate Director Country Risk at Face Solutions. Now, the Ghana Revenue Authority says it will work to achieve its target despite concerns that the authority may miss its revenue projections due to the upcoming elections in December. This comes after the authority posted some 6.8 billion cedis as part of its mid-year budget revenue performance. Addressing the media, Commissioner General of the authority, Julius Yem, acknowledged the challenges that confront the authority but said that it would work hard to meet its target.
Based on half year, what we're supposed to collect half year, and what we've achieved, we're significantly ahead. You would have realized that I took the time to go through month by month what we have achieved against the target. Based on the measures that I described, and the measures that I described are just a few amongst many, we are very confident that we will land 2024. Remember, we are moving 2024 against significant headwinds, and that is an election year, right? We're very cognizant of that. That is why the team is focused on a specific plan to deliver 2024. We are putting ourselves out there to announce that we will deliver, and that's a tall ask. We know that it's going to be difficult, but we are committed to doing what we have to do to save the nation's economy.
Julia Esiamfe, Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Meanwhile, economist Dr. Edu Susako said that it would be prudent to look at the revenue figures posted by the Ghana Revenue Authority for its media tax performance to improve areas that may be lagging. Now, even though Dr. Susako lauded the GRA, he stressed the need to quickly assess the figures and improve areas that can be enhanced.
I mean, we have to disaggregate to know which of the sectors are growing faster and which ones are growing slowly, so that it will inform policymakers on which areas to actually emphasize more. Like you said, if it's from international trade, or it's from taxes, or from non-tax revenue, is it from royalties, is it from e-levy, or which angle is it coming from? So we have to disaggregate. So we need the data. They must provide us with the details so that we will interrogate it and plot the graph and know which areas are growing faster and which areas are growing slowly, so that policymakers can intervene to address whatever issue there is.
Economist Dr. Edu Susako there. Government will roll out a new strategy to help put Cocoa Board on a strong financial footing before the end of this month. This was captured in a policy document to the IMF as part of reforms for some state institutions. Here's George Jaffe with more.
The document has already been approved by Cabinet, and it will be published at the end of this month to guide this reform. It will target the financial sustainability of the board, coming on the back of recent laws posted and how that impacted on central government's finances. It will also strengthen its financial oversight of the cocoa sector, whilst reviewing the producer price mechanism to aid fair distribution of export proceeds for farmers and Cocoa Board's operational cost. Strategy will seek to overhaul the operations of Cocoa Board and stop it from undertaking some activities like financing of cocoa roads and the fertilizer program. The IMF is also coming on board to help government put together an effective oversight strategy that will be implemented by the Finance Ministry. Cocoa Board ended last year with a profit of $150 million after government embarked on a debt restructuring program for its cocoa bills.
George Jaffe with that report. Let's turn to Investor Eye, and you have to ask the right questions when any investment product is being sold to you. Don't just accept an investment product without thoroughly understanding the terms and conditions of such products. Now, you also have the right to take contact numbers to ask questions and follow-ups. Now, listen to Director General of Securities and Exchange Commission, Reverend Daniel Ogbamitete.
I would encourage investors to ask questions. I think sometimes we have this culture of take what I say without asking questions. I don't know whether it's because of our educational system, but we need to ask questions. Okay, I believe that if anybody is going to offer you a product, just like when you go to the hospital and you see a doctor, you should be able to ask questions. Otherwise, you might be. Or even you go to the pharmacist, the doctor has prescribed. If you don't ask questions, you may be given some medication that is contrary to what should be given you. So ask questions. So when it comes to investing, because as we say in Ghanaian parlance, sika yemoja, I mean, money is really important. So before you part with it, ask questions. Ask questions. Ask, are you licensed? What is the risk return characteristics of this product? Why are you offering this return? What measures have you put in place to ensure liquidity when I want my money?
Ask questions. Director General of Securities and Exchange Commission, the Reverend Daniel Ogbamitete with Investor Eye. Do make a date next week. Before we go, let's check the markets for you. the commodity market. To begin with, crude oil selling at $85 a barrel after a marginal increase. Gold also went up by more than $8 to open trading at $2,466 an ounce. Cocoa lost $81 trading this morning at $7,763 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 15 cedis 54 pesos, a pound 20 cedis 21 pesos, keeps increasing, and the euro going for 16 cedis 95 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Handing you back to Winston, who is shaking his head.
Yes, because yesterday was 15.52. Today is 15.54. And when it happens like that, it means that we are actually getting ourselves ready for, the increase in fuel prices. And fuel affects basically everything.
Yeah, I think fuel prices went up a couple of days ago.
Yes, they did. They did. I mean, I've seen it's now 15.10, 15.2. A lot of some are still within the 14 range, but that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
If your vehicle, for instance, is say 60 liters, and that means you'd have to pay some, if you do the calculation, it means 60, that, if it's 15.1 times 60, that means you're paying 906 Ghana cedis if you want to fill your tank. And most of the time in filling your tank, it doesn't go beyond 1 week. Okay, so if you have to multiply this by 4, that's 3,624 Ghana cedis. The average salary in Ghana.
I was coming to that.
That's where the problem is. And that's why I actually
That's just fuel.
That's just fuel.
Think of other things you have to buy.
Now,
food.
you're supposed to eat when you come to work. You're supposed to also, if you're a married man, you're supposed to pay school fees.
And we'll talk about food. Nowadays, when you want to buy wache, you should have like 20 cedis at least.
Oh, yes. At least 15 for just the wache. In some quarters, it's 10 for the wache. So it's not easy.
It's not easy.
And this is the time that we actually need to take a second look at the taxes on petroleum products. This is the time that we have to take a second look at, giving some reliefs to the people. This is not the time. And that's why, look, I agree with the economist Usu Sarkodie when he says we need to disaggregate the data. Why? You say you've exceeded the target by some 138 million. How did you exceed it?
Yeah.
So for instance, when it comes to import duties, how much of it did you get? When it comes to import VAT, how much of it did you raise? It will be important how much of it comes in income taxes, be it personal or be it corporate. Let us know. Then we can have the conversation. If we consistently say we have exceeded targets and that's it, it's problematic. But also, we need to ask ourselves the next question. Okay, we exceeded targets, but how come within the last 4 to 5 years we consistently exceed targets? What is it that we may be doing right? Is it even the targets that we set?
Maybe it's a lower target.
Well, food for thought, which will come our way later today. But let's go for our inspirational song here on the Super Morning Show. Thank you very much, Darryl Kwao, for joining us. Our inspirational song for today is I Win by Kwesi Otting. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We must definitely win. In these times,
we have to win.
We need victory.
Victory.
That's our inspirational song for today.
99.7 FM, and this morning we're joined by George Weafe. Good morning, George.
Yeah, good morning, Winston.
How are you doing?
The grace is sufficient for us.
Yes, in fact, the grace is sufficient for all of us. Very soon, Elton Brobe would also be joining us for the newspaper review. But time now for our Drive Safe campaign, brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality. And our tip today says, take advantage of safety devices. Now, safety features can help with defensive driving. Keep seatbelts fastened at all times and always ensure airbags are in working order. Some vehicles offer other safety features that benefit defensive drivers, such as blind spot monitors and lane assist. Many modern vehicles make a beeping sound if you attempt to back up or change lanes when a car or other object is in the way. So our tip today says, take advantage of safety devices. Now time for us to learn how to say it right, brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
And today's word is a very simple one. You know, over the past 2 or 3 days, we've been learning how to pronounce, a certain group of words, So today is SOFTEN. And I'm sure based on everything we've learned so far, you can actually get it right by saying soften and not soften. George.
Often.
No. Look, let me be very honest with you. I also used to say soften, but we all learn every day.
You have to soften the things more.
I've constantly softened the stance. But look, it's soften. Okay? If you want to say it right, soften. And that's how the British pronounce it, soften. The Americans will say soften. But soften, not soften. Yes, so that's how you say it right. Which means now time for the newspaper review, brought to us by Access Bank. Access Bank, more than banking.
So let's start with the Daily Graphic, and the lead story. It says YE empowers 600,000 Ghanaians. President Akufo-Addo commends the agency.
Tell me more about that.
So the government has estimated that over 100,000 beneficiaries of the Youth Employment Agency have positively impacted the livelihoods of over 500,000 individuals. In the last 4 years, the agency was set up, among other things, to work towards reducing youth unemployment through skills development, monetary assistance, and startups to enable the youth create employment for themselves and others.
It'll be important for us to know how they've impacted these lives.
To link it with the Ghana Statistical Service recent data, about almost 1.9 million persons are unemployed, uneducated, and they are idle. And how do we make sure that these programs actually impact those who matter? And it is a big issue.
No, the bit about the 8 billion Ghana cedis that's supposed to help assist SMEs, if properly done, will be the game changer.
Yeah.
You see, because the evidence available suggests that some actually say 60, some say 70, some say 80. So the research says between 60 to 80% of new jobs are created by existing companies. Between 60 to 80% of new jobs are created by existing companies. And they're created by existing companies because, look, if you have a business right now, you learn lessons every day. And at a point in time when you have learned, maybe some technical skills, or you have access to funding and you want to expand, it's easier for you to expand and actually get more people on. But even without funding, for instance, as you continue and as you implement effective management skills over a long period of time, you may want to expand. And as you think of expanding, it also means you must employ more people. And so when it comes to the services sector, we see people, businesses opening branches. As they open new branches, it means they must employ new people. So 60 to 80% of new jobs are created by existing companies. So it's important you assist existing companies, be it with capacity building, or be it with funding, so they can create more jobs.
And Winston, for me, the bigger question here is it just a funding issue? Because also, if the business environment is not conducive, they will start the job and they will still struggle to be in business. And
Fantastic.
For me, it's important that the bit about the skill set, the technical support, and ensure that there are special schemes for these startups, even the tax breaks and all those things. If they are subjected, I mean, a company that has been in existence for about 20 years or 10 years, it won't be the same as a 2-year company that is a year or 2 years, because in terms of the tax environment and other things and filing of annual returns and all those things, they could struggle. So can we have a situation where for these startups, for instance, there's a special environment or some tax breaks and all those things for them, so that they'll be able to withstand those gradual turbulence at the initial stage, and whilst they expand, they can still stay in operation, flourish, expand, employ more people, then later meet their tax obligations.
You're very right, because look, it's not just about funding, it's also about the regulatory environment.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of things would come to play. I mean, do they have the right skills and all of that? So, well, let's get into other stories.
Okay, other stories as well. Ghana Revenue Authority exceeds media target, and it's open that they'll be able to hit that end of year target for this year. I mean, interesting numbers. And Winston, you will see revenue as one of our biggest challenge in the country. I mean, in our debt situation, this whole thing about expenditure, there are some of the school of thought that if we are able to raise the required revenue, then we can deal with this debt overhang and then rising expenditure. Some are also saying that, listen, it's rather the other way. I mean, you need to be prudent with what you spend. You spend what you've raised. So the argument that, if you raise more revenue, then our expenditure challenge and debt issues will be solved, that is debatable. But whichever way you want to look at it, look at the fact that, listen, one of the reasons why we recently downgraded was the fact that we were not raising the required revenue, looking at the size of our economy. So if those new numbers are anything to go by, then indeed it gives us some comfort that we may be gradually dealing with that challenge of our low tax GDP ratio, that if you look at the size of our economy, we are not raising the required revenue to show that indeed this is the size of our economy. Some would also argue that, listen, how did the GRA get there? Some have argued that the approach that they've used to mobilize these taxes and all the rest, and some businesses are also struggling. But for me, it's good for the work that they're doing, and they deserve to be commended. And been hoping that we will be able to raise or deal with this debt issue and low revenue and all these development partners and the concerns that they're raising, that we are not doing enough when it comes to raising the required revenue to finance our expenditure.
Someone just sent me a message. I don't have his permission to mention his name. If he gives me the permission, I'll mention his name. He says, since we like calculating a lot of things in dollars, maybe we should start converting revenue into dollars also. So, so at the time we set the target, how much was it in dollars? And now that we've been able to, we say we've exceeded it, we also should ask ourselves how much it is in dollars, particularly because of how we calculate even import duties in this country. And I mean, George, if you decided to change your vehicle today and went and imported a vehicle into this country, they certainly would look at the value in dollars and calculate everything for you. In fact, sometimes the import VAT that you have to pay is a lot of money. Look, sometimes the import. So I mean, we can talk about the fact that the VAT may be
So you think that the dollar component as well might have impacted in terms of the city numbers that we are quoting?
It certainly would have impacted. It certainly would have impacted. It's something we cannot run away from. Okay, we can never run away from the fact that the depreciation of the Ghana cedi also impacts all of these things. Because why?
But if you listen to the Ghana Revenue Authority, they talk about how they have implemented some VAT measures in terms of when it comes to automation of the collections and all the rest when it comes to VAT, and how that has played a significant role.
Look. In September 2023, somebody imported a vehicle into this country. The import duty that was actually 18,000. The import VAT, George, was 30,000. Now pay attention. The import duty was 18,000. The import VAT 30,000. Okay, that's not all. You had to you had to pay other things, and then you get into NHIL 4,000, import NHIL 4,862. Same with Get Fund. So all I'm trying to say is that let's find out. That's why it's important.
We shouldn't discount the effects of foreign
yes. It also plays a role.
Okay. Yeah. So another story on Daily Graphics here: Tertiary Business School Challenge launched, and President nominates 2 to the Supreme Court. And the story here says that President Akufo-Addo has disclosed that he has nominated 2 persons to the Supreme Court as a replacement for 2 retiring justices of the High Court of the land. He said that the 2 are Court of Appeal Judge Justice Sophia Benasco, and then a senior lecturer in law at the York University, Toronto, and fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Science, and Professor Richard Frimpong, who has gone through the Judicial Council and Judicial Secretary and will soon be subjected to the interrogation of Parliament before we're able to appoint them. So these are retiring justices that he's replacing, and not necessarily that 5 justices that we had some time ago. Daily Guide also, GRS says they are on course to achieve the 146 billion Ghana cedis tax target. Land Ministry exposes a Ablakwa over sale of state land, and ex-store boss extradited to U.S. for bribery. Also, we have about Professor Yanka takes on Sami Jemfi, and that is C, page 6, and also VIP commends IGP for police transformation.
Now, the Ghanaian Times for this morning, let me start off with the Volta Lake level at the Akosombo Dam. And so last year, on the 17th of July, the level was 265.78. Now, yesterday, it was 264.65. So there's actually being a reduction now. Okay, in the past, there was a lot of increase in the levels. Now there's a reduction. And I'm sure it's a bit of, because we've been talking about spillage and its impact, good that we had, the water levels coming down a little bit. Then, SC, that's Supreme Court defers ruling on anti-gay bill, injunction until judgment on substantive case. That was something that
I remember one of my friends called me yesterday and it was like, so the crack saying, I said, I'll get back to you.
No, the crack say they're continuing with the case. Once they feel that ruling on the substantive case solves everything.
So if the substantive case would be heard in January 2025.
They're hearing it. They said, they would hear it. They would expedite action on it, hear it, and then, issue their ruling.
Okay.
But this one also, regulate use of honorary doctorate titles. So Deputy Minister of Education, Professor Nyako, is talking about the use of honorary doctorate degrees, for instance. And so a lot of people get honorary doctorate degrees, and the next moment you call him, he says, I am Doctor this.
But I thought the as times we're educated, the convention is that if it's an honorary doctorate, you don't use it.
Yes,
right?
you don't use it. Yes.
But it's when you've earned it academically, if I can even use that expression, then you are required to use
it.
I mean, there are some people even who PhD that they don't use it. I mean,
of course,
when you go to the IMF, there are lots of people at their headquarters that they don't even put it on their complimentary card, even in their statement. Stefan Rode, he's a PhD holder. He's a doctor.
Oh yeah,
I've not seen. And I'm saying that maybe it's in our region that some would say that. Listen, I won't say certain things on there, but even to go through an MPhil, the struggle you go through, and even to do the PhD itself. So sometimes it's also, is it what it's in psychology they'll say that let's recognize the person and all the rest.
Yes, look, if you want to be known as a doctor,
go to school and get it.
Go and work for it. Today, people have introduced professional doctorates.
Yeah.
So you can still go to school and do a doctor degree in business administration.
But then I'm told you cannot lecture with that one, right? Yeah.
Yes, you cannot lecture with that, but some schools still could get you to lecture. So you can get that also. There are a lot of professional doctorates. Even there's a professional doctorate degree in journalism in some universities in the United Kingdom, in England. You can go there if you want to be known as a doctor.
In an era where some people are saying that it's better to get a Dutch passport than,
I know. But government steps up youth employment agenda as it plans to support security services to absorb YEA beneficiaries. The Finder newspaper says GRA bags 68 billion in 6 months, 37.6 nominal growth over the same period last year. President commends YEA promises to enhance its appeal. Ghana Publishing opens first regional office in Kumasi. 120-bed state-of-the-art Fomina and Kumewu hospitals commissioned finally. And President appoints COP Yohuno as Deputy IGP. I've seen lots of people asking the question whether we've actually done Deputy IGPs in the past. Yes, we've done Deputy IGPs before. There's this female who acted as IGP when Professor Mills took over until IGP Tewia Kwe became substantive IGP. She was deputy IGP. So that's something we've done before. Under PK Champion, we had deputy IGPs. So it's not a new thing having deputy IGPs. But of course, even within the police service, a lot of people who knew that COP Yohuno was more or less like number 2. Anyway, let's get to the online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goil Good Energy Goil Yana Yedja. MyJoyOnline.com this morning says Ghana Medical Association calls for cancellation of certificate and diploma nursing courses. You may want to, check that. University of Ghana embraces gender inclusivity with revised statutes, and COP Yohuno is qualified, but timing is questionable. That's according to Adam Bona on Deputy IGP appointment. Parliamentary Chair Ayine takes responsibility for controversial ally allowing MPs to use sirens. And Volta Youth demands UHAS withdraw honorary doctorate for Akufo-Addo.
I mean, forget about the personality involved here, but isn't it the prerogative of the university to decide who they want to give an honorary doctorate?
Of course, the University Council will decide. Well, anyway, citynewsroom.com, Agenda 111 to boost employment with 67,000 new jobs. That's according to President Akufo-Addo. Don't certify registration of PNP, that's PNC, to the court, to the EC, I beg your pardon. Let's go to CNN and see what's making news there. And it talks about U.S. urges Venezuela to free opposition figures as Maduro says he must win re-election to avoid a bloodbath. Time now for the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us. And Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
Beautiful people, we are live in town, soaking in the excitement about the partnership between Access Bank and PABS, revolutionizing the way people move money across Africa. Let's hear directly from those reaping the benefits.
It's a relief. Anytime I send money back home, my family receives exactly what I send them, instantly.
I'm studying in Ghana, but originally from Nigeria. With this service, my parents send my school and hostel fees directly, and they do it with so much ease.
I run a fashion business. Let me tell you, sending and receiving money across Africa without those annoying forex fees has really cut down our operational costs.
Benefit from instant payments across Africa with zero foreign exchange hassle. Visit our website www.ghana.accessbankplc.com or call our toll-free on 0800 00 4400 for all your cross-border payments.
Pass it with Access Bank.
Access Bank, more than banking.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Someone smells great here.
And fresh, my love. I wish I could stay in the shower all day.
I know, right? Nothing beats a bath with geisha soap. It smells so good, it lasts long, and it's enriched with natural ingredients that work wonders for my skin.
And it now comes with a fresh new look, giving us even more reasons to love our geisha bar.
New and improved geisha soap. Great new look, better fragrance, same natural ingredients, still all last. This advert is FDA approved.
Be strong and last long. Like geisha.
Good energy hits the road with exciting choices to energize your ride, giving you more options to take you further. Watch this space for your choice.
Goil, yeah.
Arise, Ghana youth, for your country.
It's another service year. Hooray! And management of the National Service Scheme is requesting user agencies, including private corporate organizations, MMDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, and all interested entities that wish to host national service personnel for the 2024-2025 service year to put in a formal request to the Secretariat. This year's postings are private sector driven. Therefore, user agencies are to state in writing the number of service personnel required and specify the desired academic qualifications. All requests must be on official letterhead, including the organization's official address, email, phone numbers, and location. Agencies with special needs are advised to contact the NSS Secretariat for discussions. All requests must reach the NSS Secretariat before the 30th of July 2024. National Service, service to the nation.
In building a fatherland.
At 8:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today we're looking at the Nigerian auto industry and its quest for national pride with its locally made vehicles after years of dominance by European, Japanese, and American brands. But is China about to crash the party?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service. Humans have caught bird flu from cows.
We typically don't think of dairy cattle being a reservoir for influenza, or an intermediate host, as it were, of influenza.
The virus can be fatal.
Birds that catch them are killed very rapidly, and entire flocks of chicken can be wiped out overnight.
And flexible.
The most direct threat, as far as could pose to humans, is that it becomes efficient at growing in humans.
This week we're asking, how worried should humans be about bird flu?
People do get infected. What we're not seeing, there's absolutely no evidence of yet, that it's spreading from person to person. And that's really, for us who work in public health, that's the most dangerous thing, if it starts to spread between people.
I'm Charmaine Cozier. Join me on the inquiry after the news.
Hello, I'm Justine Green with the BBC News. Donald Trump's choice as his election running mate, J.D. Vance, has accepted the nomination for US Vice President at the Republican National Convention. He addressed an ecstatic audience at the convention in Milwaukee. Mr. Vance said a Trump presidency would support American companies and govern for the working man, not for Wall Street. Sarah Smith has this report.
My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio.
The story of how J.D. Vance grew up in poverty with a drug-addicted mother but still made it to Yale Law School via the US Marines is one of his strongest selling points. The Trump campaign is hoping that Mr. Vance's working-class roots could help win key states in the Rust Belt.
I grew up in a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts.
With the two oldest presidential candidates in American history, and just days after Donald Trump was almost assassinated, it looks more likely that the vice president might be called in to take over in the Oval Office.
US media are reporting that leading Democrats have been urging President Biden to abandon his bid for re-election amid fears the party could lose seats in both the House and the Senate. Among them is the former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. In another development, President Biden has tested positive for COVID and cancelled some campaign events. He's also indicated there could be circumstances under which he would not stand, namely on medical advice. Here's Tom Bateman.
While it's not the first time the 81-year-old has had COVID, this was a sudden end to a trip that was supposed to see Mr Biden hitting the campaign trail again with full force, after the pause sparked by the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, which had also subdued growing calls from within Mr Biden's own party for him to step aside as the candidate. As Air Force One flew the president back to his home state of Delaware, the onboard screens showed a US channel relaying news that the two most senior Democrats in Congress had privately told him it was time to drop out of the race, significantly adding to the pressure on him.
The Supreme Court in South Korea has upheld a ruling that same-sex couples are eligible for the same health insurance benefits as heterosexuals. Same-sex marriages are not legally recognised in South Korea. Mickey Bristow reports.
The case centred on whether a gay man could be included in his partner's health insurance as husbands and wives in straight couples are. South Korea's national insurer initially agreed to the cover, then withdrew it, leading to a court battle. Siding with a gay couple, the Chief Justice said that denying them health insurance was discrimination based on sexual orientation. This ruling is on a specific issue, but it's already been hailed as an important step in advancing LGBT rights in South Korea.
World News from the BBC. The interim Prime Minister of Haiti, Gary Conille, has announced new emergency measures to combat the country's criminal gangs. He's declared a state of emergency in 14 districts, which he said would allow the government to confront those he called bandits and restore the authority of the state. The authorities in Bangladesh have deployed thousands of soldiers across the country to try to restore order there after days of student protests. But the students who've been leading demands for an end to the quota system for government jobs have said they will try to enforce a nationwide shutdown on Thursday. Shalina, not her real name, is among those protesting.
Basically, it all started with the unjustified implementation of quota system, wherein government jobs that 30% seats are reserved for the grandchildren of freedom fighters who fought during the 1971 war, 10% for women, 10% for backward district people, 5% for ethnic minorities, 1% for physically disabled people. So it's total 56%. And most of jobs in Bangladesh are the government jobs, and 56% of the seats are reserved in this sector.
An Indian guru who addressed a gathering where 120 people were killed in a crush has said he was distressed by what happened, but that fate could not be challenged. A crowd of 250,000 people gathered in the northern Indian town of Hathras in early July to hear the preacher known as Bhola Baba. He told journalists, "Everyone has to die one day." Conservationists in Cambodia say 60 baby Siamese crocodiles were born at the end of June, a hatching record for the critically endangered species. They've called the hatchlings a real sign of hope after more than 20 years of efforts to revive the reptile's numbers in the remote Cardamom Mountains in the southwest of Cambodia. The olive green freshwater crocodile has a distinct bony crest at the back of its head and can grow up to 3 metres long. BBC News.
After tasting 10 cedis worth of Abochi's kebab, you finally decide to buy some. He wraps it up and you take it home. Just when you're about to dig in, you see your name in bold Times New Roman font size 14 on the paper. And that's when you realize it's the CV you submitted for a job last week. The job market is changing rapidly. AI, clouds, holograms. Who knows what's next? Over 34 million Ghanaians. What makes you stand out? Get the X Factor to get ahead with tech courses from ALX. Choose AWS Cloud Computing, Salesforce Administration, Data Analytics, Data Science, Front-End Web Development, Back-End Web Development, or AI Career Essentials. Search ALX Ghana online to apply now. ALX. Do hard things.
My body, when you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh, you go work. but she knows I be your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, oh, cause she knows I be your side. And when you dream, no say I did for you. And when you hustle every day, when you wanna go, anything you do, I did for you. If I believe I did your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I did your side, fidelity.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
On the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM at some 10 minutes after 7. And this morning we're having a conversation about lots of issues because we're joined by representatives of the two main political parties, NPP and NDC. We'll be talking about free SHS. We're talking about the suppliers who've complained that they've not been paid. The minorities actually accused government, has asked government to pay these suppliers, whom the minorities say are owed some 6 billion Ghana cedis. But also coming up this morning, it's important to have a conversation about land, our lands, state lands. And when I say our lands, I mean state lands. So it's been a conversation of, you sold it, state capture. No, he says, no, you started the sale. I didn't sell it. But what's really our plan when it comes to state lands? What's the country's policy when it comes to state lands? Is it just about which government started it, or just about rezoning as and when we are ready? Because we've talked about, in the WA, Parks and Gardens, somebody applied and said, I wanted to use this land because it's not been in use for some time, and then he was giving out to the person. Is that the way we want to go about it? And of course, we also get to talk about, issues concerning LI 2180. You've asked questions about the appointment of a deputy IGP. You've said, well, is this something that we've had in this country already? Well, during the news review, I told you that it's happened before. And so, not a novelty, but hey, we're still going to talk about it here on the Super Morning Show.
Yeah. What's up in the air? Although my lonely plan, I bet chat to me, yeah. Chat to me, girl, yeah. Wait, I make a carry you. Champagne and I was in Malibu. Yeah. And the dinner I eat just for two.
And guess who's here? The man that Raymond says doesn't do just games.
Yeah. Don't mind Raymond. Winston, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well.
Oh, you're looking
superb.
Superb, yeah.
Thank you very
I
much.
like your kaftan.
Thanks to my wife.
Your wife bought it for you?
Yes.
That's why you call her Bebe.
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 Yes.
But thank you. I have a concern. You know, over the weekend I used the Accra Tema motorway.
Oh my God.
And anytime you use that stretch and you're done, you thank God.
Yeah.
You know, in December 2023, Adom Online carried this story. Government secures $380 million facility for the reconstruction of Accra Tema motorway. I just will give you a brief of that. It says the government is set to invest $380 million in the reconstruction of the Accra Tema motorway, spanning at least 10 lanes and a 19.5 kilometer stretch, along with an additional 8.1 kilometers, totaling 27.6 kilometers, will undergo reconstruction in collaboration with a private entity acting through the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. And Parliament has approved the project, which is scheduled to commence in 2024, with a projected duration of 36 months. And the initiative also encompasses the reconstruction of key areas such as the Tetekwashi Interchange, Jawulu Stretch, Lashibi, Community 18, and other ancillary works. And we're told that operating under a build, operate, transfer agreement, a section of the document outlines that the GIF Special Purpose Vehicle ATEB Limited will be granted exclusive rights for a 30-year period to execute the project. And Patrick Bama, who then was the Deputy Chairman of the Finance Committee in Parliament, elaborated on the project's three phases. He says the first phase covers the Accra Tema motorway, followed by the expansion of the George Bush Highway, phase 2, and the N6 and Sawam Tesano Junction, Neoplan Junction.
When was that story published?
That was in December 2023. Then after that, you saw the,
Yes, actually, instead of you telling us, let me tell you. Then on January 3, 2024, Graphic Online carried a story. Reconstruction and expansion of Accra Tema motorway into a 10-lane span begins. All right. This was in January 2024. And then we move it forward to the following month, 29 February 2024. There's a story here by the Ministry of Roads and Highways. They themselves carried this story. And he says the Minister for Roads and Highways, Francis Asansubuache, has charged contractors working on the Tema motorway roundabout phase 2 project to speed up with work.
See,
where's the speed? Where has it led us to?
Hold on a second.
After 6 months.
Hold on. So when we started the construction of the motorway at the beginning of the year, today, there is nothing. You wouldn't find one single machine on that stretch. Not one tells you that there's any work on the Accra Tema motorway.
It says here that the work is supposed to be completed in October and commissioned in December this year.
This is supposed to be, as for the phase 2 of the roundabout, that's this year. But the work itself is supposed to be in 36 months. But the point is that nothing is being done. It's something we'll talk about next week. I just wanted to bring attention to the Ministry of Roads and Highways. I know they are listening. So please, get to work. Okay? Get to work. It's very, very important. Enough of the we've started construction, and then we don't see anything. So get to work, and please make sure that you complete work on the Accra Tema motorway. But I've got a question for you. Which app allows you to transfer money at only a tiny fee using a Visa card? Well, that's simple. It's Express Pay. At Express Pay, we keep falling for you. Yes, our prices are falling. Send 100 Ghana cedis, pay 1 cedi. Send 200 Ghana cedis, pay 2 cedis. For the ballers, when you send 5,000 Ghana cedis, you only pay 10 Ghana cedis. Basically, any amount over 1,000 Ghana cedis, you pay 10 per. There's more. In this month of July, Express Pay is filling the car tank of many lucky customers. One new customer and one old loyal customer every day, Monday to Friday, till the end of July. Simply spend 500 Ghana cedis or more by paying for services or sending money with your Visa card to qualify. So download the Express Pay app for simplified payments, 24/7 customer service, tiny fees, and a full car tank. Express Pay, in partnership with Visa, has made these tiny fees possible across 9 banks: Stanbic, Ecobank, Stanchart, ABSA, FNB, Fidelity, Cowbank, First Atlantic Bank, and GT Bank Visa card holders. Terms and conditions apply.
And hello world, let's help you check your dream locations off your bucket list. Make your travel dreams a reality with Access Bank. Our aviation and hospitality desk is designed with you in mind. So let's help you book and pay for your ticket and secure travel insurance. Whether it's a tropical escape or a visit to family, Access Bank has you covered. So avoid the hustle. Book your next flight with Emirates, South African Airways, Air Peace, or Africa World Airlines through Access Bank. Our 55 branch network gives you convenience, easy payments, and security. You can visit our website, ghana.accessbankplc.com, or call our toll-free number 0800 00 4400 for more information and assistance. Access Bank, more than banking.
And Toyota Ghana has expanded its vehicle lineup with 3 new models, introducing the all-new Toyota Vitz, a stylish, highly fuel-efficient A-segment passenger car with a compact design suitable for urban travel. For safety, it has a wireless door lock, an ultra-modern anti-theft system, an ISOFIX child-resistant system. Then the Toyota Urban Cruiser, the C-segment crossover SUV, features a robust design, advanced technology like a 3-spoke urethane steering wheel, a 4.2-inch TFT, a touchscreen audio display with a USB, Apple CarPlay or Android Audio connectivity. Also, the new and luxurious Toyota Land Cruiser 250 Prado boasts cutting-edge features like jam-protected power windows. I like this car. An audio, telephone, and voice recognition steering switch, a UV-cut sun and moon roof, an ultra-modern immobilizer, unmatched off-road capabilities, and a strong presence inviting you to embrace adventure and luxury like never before. These 3 new additions to the Toyota range aim to provide the best value for your peace of mind motoring and uphold Toyota Ghana's commitment to offering the best vehicle purchase and ownership experience, whether navigating the city, embarking on an adventure, or setting luxury. Toyota Ghana has a vehicle to meet your needs. Visit Toyota Ghana's branches in Accra, Kumasi, Tema, Takoradi, Takwa, and Tamale, or simply call 0302-910-204 for the unique Toyota experience. Toyota, superior quality.
And if you're like me and you don't like carrying cash around, this next message is for you. So where are you headed? Are you going shopping at the mall or buying fuel for your car? Are you enjoying your favorite meal at a restaurant or getting home essentials at your favorite shop? Or you're shopping online for the things you need? Wherever you go, whatever you're doing, do it with the SG Visa card. The SG Visa card is your best option to make payments for goods and services online or anywhere with a point-of-sale machine. Enjoy a world of amazing opportunities available with the SG Visa card. Go about your business anywhere in Ghana with the comfort and security of your money available to you always. Make your life easy and use your SG card Visa card today. To find out more, you can just call us 0302 214 314. SG Ghana, the future is you.
And Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number 1 supplier of quality office essentials and equipment and furniture at affordable prices. They've introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches. It's hassle-free, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. Now, they offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
That's right. Winston, which bank in Ghana is always at your service?
Omni Basic.
That's right. Which bank is ready to assist you with their 24-hour state-of-the-art contact center?
Omni Basic.
And which bank is Ghana's fastest growing corporate bank and Bank of the Year 2023?
Omni Basic.
That's right. At Omni Basic Bank, we are always at your service. So call us on 0307 0307. That's the number. 086000. 0307 086000 or 0302 758 or 0800 100 790. That's a toll-free number, 0800 100 790, or visit any of our branches nationwide to open an Omni Basic Bank account today and enjoy exceptional customer service. Omni Basic Bank, we are at your service.
And in these times of high electricity tariffs, build-free solar hybrid air conditioners is the air conditioner that you need to save the cost of electricity. Look, build-free's solar hybrid air conditioners cools your buildings comfortably with very low energy consumption. The amazing part is the air conditioners are built with the latest German technologies that give you 80% more savings on electricity bills for using your traditional air conditioners. Build-free solar hybrid air conditioners comes with a 6-year warranty and free after-sales servicing for a year. Please call us for purchases on 0531 100915, 0531 100915. Build-free is cooling for people at lower electricity billing.
And are you ready to turn your dreams into reality? Don't just dream it, own it with a loan from Fidelity Bank. Dreaming of a new home? Own it with Fidelity Home Loan. Are you dreaming of a new car? Own it with Fidelity Auto Loans. And if you're dreaming of getting the latest phone, TV, refrigerator, furniture, laptop, or gaming console, you can own it with Fidelity Consumer Artist Finance. Dreaming of expanding your business? Make it a reality with our business loan. Fidelity Bank is offering flexible loans to businesses, salaried workers, and self-employed people at competitive rates. You can dial 0800 003355 or visit any of our branches nationwide today to turn your dream into reality with the Fidelity Bank loan. Terms and conditions apply. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
Now, do you have a game-changing, innovative business idea or project that can impact society? This is your moment. Total Energies presents the 4th edition of the Startupper of the Year Challenge. This year, we're looking for 3 winners. The best entrepreneur, also known as the InnovUp winner. The best project or innovative business idea exemplifying recycling and minimizing waste, the Cycle Up winner. And the best project promoting or relating to sustainable and affordable energies, the Power Up winner. And that's not all. 4 additional projects in the Power Up category will be selected by an international jury. Don't wait any longer. Apply now at startupper.totalenergies.com for your chance to win financial support, professional mentorship, and a spotlight for your project. Terms and conditions apply. Total Energies. All right, stay with us. When we return, we bring you sports and your birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM.
Hey, so as for you, every day you are just pressing your phone. Why? Are they paying you?
They are, Oma. The more I use my MTN, the more points I get. And I can use those points to get airtime, data, and even discounts at shops and restaurants.
Hey, so that is why all of you are always pressing your phones. And you won't tell us, so that we too we can enjoy some.
Oh, ma.
There's always more to enjoy with MTN Rewards. Just keep talking, testing, and browsing all day, every day to collect your points and use it to redeem amazing offers and discounted freebies right away. There's so much available for you. So dial *550# and get your reward today. Let's go everywhere you go.
Kweku, have you heard what they are doing on MTN?
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And where do you think you're going?
To train in the garden.
With my broom?
Mom, it's a javelin.
Oh, really? And that plate?
That's not a plate, it's a discus, Mom. We are training to become winners.
Well, you know you need lots of energy to become winners. So you both better start your day with Twisco before you go anywhere. Besides its great chocolatey taste, Twisco is enriched with Enerfort, a blend of energy-boosting vitamins and minerals for little winners.
Thanks, Mom.
Got to keep my little winners in shape. Twisco, power your dreams.
This advert is FDA approved.
Right, so welcome back. Now time for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. And this one says, happy birthday to Mrs. Grace Edubafo, Esquire of Legal Alliance, the Baal Perazim Place, Chado. Age gracefully from all the lawyers of Legal Alliance. And this one says, happy birthday to Erama of Forestry Commission, Accra Zoo. Have the best of your new year from Flint and Abigail. Let's see a lot more of your birthdays. Okay, this one says, super awesome birthday to Christopher Neti, Christopher Neti, aka Chocomania. 2021, 2022.
He plays for Great Olympics now.
Ghana Premier League.
Yeah, he won the league with Kotoko, Christopher Nete. So happy birthday to him. Fantastic right back.
We're talking about Kotoko. We'll get into the sports right shortly. But let's get into the sports center. Do you have a birthday shout for?
Yeah, there's a birthday shout. I think there's a birthday shout here for Erama.
I think I've done that already.
Have you?
Yes, I've done that.
Okay. I've done good. So happy birthday to Mama V. This one says, happy birthday to Mama V.
Mama V Go.
No, Selenu Go. Have a lovely day. This is a message from K.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, let's continue now and get into the sports center, proudly brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank.
Here for good.
And Twisco Food Drink, Twisco Power Your Dream. But if it's football you want, we've got it all. Yes, all of it on DSTV, all the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD. This season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
That's right. Now, let me tell you about Standard Chartered Bank. So, folks, imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. I mean, picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and CD-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right. We're not just offering loans, we're offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So, if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone numbers: 050-153-575-89, 050-153-5789, or 050-153-5790, or 0244-674-154. Let's start a course. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And access in super reliable healthcare should be the topmost priority for you and your family. That's why MultiPlus, powered by MTN, is giving you just that today for a subscription fee of just 25 Ghana cedis a month, paid on Momo. You can sign on to a health subscription plan that gets you access to unlimited in-store consultations with qualified healthcare professionals and over 160 covered medications and tests at participating pharmacies in the Ablekuma, Sakaman, Dansuman, Mamprobi, and Kaswa townships. And the favorite part is there's a dedicated nurse at the Multiplus pharmacy who can teleconference a doctor when you need it, so you can access the best consultation services. And to get this great product, all you have to do is to download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. Just download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. Take charge of your health conveniently and affordably. Sign up for Multiplus, powered by MTN today.
And hello, Ghana. There's an exciting new chocolate beverage out there on the market from the producers of Cowbell. Permit me to introduce you to Twisco, a chocolate food drink with a blend of premium cocoa powder enriched with Enfort, a combination of energy booster minerals and vitamins, including B vitamins, vitamin C, D, iron, and many more. Twisco is available in 20G and can be found at your nearest neighborhood store in a delightful red sachet for only 1 Ghana cedis, 80 per Swiss. To enjoy all the goodness packed in a sachet, empty the contents into a mug, mix with 180 ml of previously boiled water, milk, and just stir. Start your day with a cup of the great tasting Twisco. Empower your dream. This advert is FDA approved. Very well then, good morning to you and welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fentio Tahir Fentio. This morning we'll begin from the Accra Sports Stadium.
Esibe steps up, he gives it away. J-Ball 4, here is Amidu Akwa, he shoots. El Kotoko had the second goal. Peter, Amidu, Akwa, 2 goals for Kotoko, 1 for Hansabok. That's the final whistle. Kotoko are champions of the 2024 Democracy Cup. The beating Hansabok by 2 goals to 1 here at the Accra Sports Stadium.
That's right, commentator Nanadakwa summed it up quite nicely. Kotoko beat Hearts of Oak 2-1 to win the first Democracy Cup trophy last night and earned for themselves a ticket to face MLS side DC United in a friendly in Washington, D.C. later this year. The game, organized by the Parliament of Ghana, is to commemorate 30 years of parliamentary democracy under the Fourth Republic. Now, Joy Sports' Benaya Elom Dafiamakwo watched the clash and reports.
The game was an opportunity for either Accra Hearts of Oak or Kumasi Asante Kotoko to walk home with a trophy after ending last season trophyless. It was Kotoko who stamped the authority first after Justice Blay gave the Porcupines the lead in the 30th minute through a penalty. Accra Hearts of Oak responded in the second half in the 50th minute. After 12 minutes of getting the equalizer, Kotoko's Peter Aminu Akwa scored to make it 2-1 for the Porcupines, capitalizing on a mistake at the back by Hearts of Oak in the 62nd minute. The result was enough to see Asante Kotoko clinch the first edition of the Democracy Cup. Former Black Stars player Ajman Bedu was impressed with what he saw on the field.
For the past 2 years, I can say this is the first time I think I have witnessed a great game against Hearts and Kotoko. The ball was on the ground, interpositional changing, good possession, composure, and it was very nice. I think both of them can build on this and have a formidable squad.
The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, crowned the ninth by thanking everyone who made the 2024 Democracy Cup a success.
I want to end up by thanking our technical people, the referee, the assistants, and more importantly, the technical team that trained the coaches, the sports authorities. We have our masters here. They have made it possible for all of us to be here. I want to salute your efforts.
That's the Honorable Alban Bagbin summing up that report by Benaya Elom Dafiamakwo. Now, before that House of Oak versus Kotoko match, members of Parliament and their staff shocked former Black Stars players by beating them 3-1 in a curtain raiser match. Now, the MP for Obuasi East, the Honorable Patrick Boachiadom, gave the MPs and staff the lead with a superb goal before Silimuntari leveled for the ex-Black Stars players after the break. But Hamza Ibrahim then scored a brace to wrap up the victory for the MPs. Their head coach was Ibrahim Ansah. He says the victory did not come as a surprise to him.
I'll give thanks to Almighty Allah and also the Mr. Speaker and the MPs They comport themselves with discipline, and I would say that for the sake of Allah, we have won the game. This is not our first game. We went to Bolga and it was draw and penalties, and they beat us. And we came to Koforidua, we won 2-1, and today we have won 3-2. So, and in bad, we've been playing these matches some years back. We have played against British House of Commons before. We scored them. Here, they came all the way from Britain.
Ibrahim Ansah, the Honorable Nilante van der Poy, was also in action. He didn't score. He later blamed the pitch for his inability to score in that match. But we'll move it on now. And Soccer Loca is a new football app. It's been officially unveiled in an attempt to improve the marketability of players, especially on the local scene. The event, which was held at the UDS Guest House in Accra, was launched in partnership with the Ghana Football Association. Haruna Mubarak has more in this report.
It appears the hassle for data on home-based players is over following the unveiling of the Soccer Loca app. The app is applicable to both males and females from age 8 onwards. Players available on the platform will have their statistics, profiles, and general information. This aims to enhance their value and aid transfers. Here is the founder of the app, Lionel Foy.
The benefits abound. The club can also track the progress of its own core group of players. When it's time for selling players, the club can easily list the players they want to sell on the marketplace. So the benefits, the whole point is that we want clubs to be able to make money from the passion that they have for football.
The Ghana FA Communications Director Henry Asante-Chum also lauded the initiative.
Majority of our clubs have not also seen the need to invest in platforms like this. But elsewhere, the information is readily available because they have invested in multifaceted platforms to expose and market their talents. So I think Soccer Loca is here to solve a very, very important and very huge role that has been left in our industry. I pray that it will give us the opportunity to be seen everywhere in the world.
The app, which also permits uploading videos of players, is available for download on iOS and Android.
Haruna Mubarak's report. Now, Black Stars midfielder Majid Ashimeru, he's aiming to repay Anderlecht for their confidence by extending his contract for 2 more years. The 26-year-old played in only 12 league games last season due to recurring injuries. Ashimeru acknowledged that it wasn't his best season and is eager to do better this year.
I'm very happy, I must say, because I've been here 3.5 years and I feel home. The supporters, the team, and everyone in it, so it makes me feel really good and I feel at home. Yeah, I'm very grateful because I had a couple talks with the board and they were really positive, and unluckily I didn't have a great season last year because of some injuries and stuff like that, but they still keep the belief in me, and I'm very grateful for that, and I think it's time for me to also give what they deserve.
That's Majid Ashimeru there. Now, Atalanta, they've announced the signing of Ghanaian international Ibrahim Sulemana from Cagliari for 7.5 million euros. The midfielder signed a 4.5-year contract to reunite with his former employers. He started for Atalanta's academy before enjoying professional stints at Hellas Verona and Cagliari. He's only 21 years of age and made his Black Stars debut only last month. Now let's go to Strasbourg. That's where Ghana's contingent for the 2024 Olympic Games are based and intensifying preparations for the start of the multi-sport event next week. Ghanaians are eager to see them medal in Paris, especially the relay team. But Team Ghana's media attaché, Benjamin Willie Graham, says the athletes are not setting unrealistic targets for themselves.
Speaking to the flag bearer, he makes it clear, Joseph Paul makes it clear that, listen, we don't want to put ourselves under any, pressure. We're just going into the competition to enjoy. And of course, we also understand we need to, perform. So there's nothing that is stopping them from performing. But then they're not going to set unrealistic targets for themselves, but they're going to take, the entire process one day at a time. And then when they get there, they believe that they can do it.
That's Benjamin Willie Graham there. Now let's move to England. They are in search of a new coach after Gary Southgate decided to walk. The Tottenham Hotspur coach Ange Postecoglou is one of the names reportedly on the shortlist for the vacant England job, but the Spurs manager says he has no idea about those reports.
Mate, I'm in the middle of pre-season, start of pre-season, big year. I'm the Tottenham manager, and I've got nothing else but trying to bring success to this football club. And until I do that, there's no point in me thinking about anything else. I had a nap this afternoon, mate, so I've got no idea what's going on. Oh no, I enjoyed my time. I had 4 great years. We won the Asian Cup, qualified for a World Cup. But with all these things, I think there's always a natural end, and I thought it was a natural end for me there. But
Ange Postecoglou. Man United, they are closing in on the signing of Lille central defender Lenny Euro. United have agreed a €62 million fee for Euro, who underwent a medical yesterday. And if he signs, which is very imminent right now, it becomes a second signing of this summer after they completed the signing of striker Joshua Zexi. Some people call him Sexy Zexi. Interesting stuff. But paying some €62 million for an 18-year-old unproven defender has raised a few eyebrows here and there as far as United spending is concerned. But speaking of which, Real Madrid captain Luka Modric, he signed a new 1-year contract extension with the Spanish champions. He's 38. He's won 26 trophies, including 6 Champions League and 4 domestic titles since joining Madrid from Spurs in 2012. So that's what it is. Meanwhile, FIFA says they are investigating the video circulating on social media that shows members of Argentina's national team singing about France's players in a way that the French Federation said was racist and discriminatory. That's all the sports this morning on the Joy Sports Center. My name is Fentio Tahir Fentio.
Thank you very much, Fentio. And Kotoko supporters are grateful to Ghanaians. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Fentio Tahir.
His uncle is smiling. It means yes. I can see his face. He's very happy, man.
Don't worry. We are grateful. Kumasi Asante Kotoko giving Uncle Ibo White the perfect birthday gift. But let me continue and say you can also join the show. Join us on WhatsApp. Use our WhatsApp number 05511119997, and on X use the hashtag JoySMS. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, A Better Way, A Better Africa, and Malatu from Ernest Chemist. Malatu, power over malaria. So this is the year to stop singing and talking about shopping and enjoying life and just do it. Because EcoBank has over 1 million cedis worth of cash and prizes in the EcoBank Million Gang promo for you and over 7,000 others across Ghana. Winners will be rewarded bi-weekly, and you can be one of them, winning up to...
We know say problem day, but you for chop life. Simply deposit cash in multiples of 500 Ghana cedis into your EcoBank account at your nearest branch, Express Point, or through EcoBank Mobile to win your share of over 1 million cedis in prizes in the EcoBank Million Gang promo, EMG. Be one of over 7,000 people to be rewarded. Hey, my God. Yes, so over 7,000 people go chop soft life from May to July 31, 2024. Be an EcoBank customer or be square. Remember, every 500 Ghana cedi deposit earns you a point for the EcoBank Million Gang today, EMG. Deposit today and win your share of 1.2 million in cash and prizes. A better way to enjoy life. A better way. A better Africa. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
All right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show. And it's now time for Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. Uncle, good morning.
My favorite about you say, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well-deserved victory.
Oh, yes.
And when the results came, when the match ended, you were the first person I was saying.
I was actually, somewhere, and people said, go, and I said, Juan Ashe. Yeah, because I needed that victory. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I share in your celebration.
Nice one.
You must know that I don't support teams. I support players.
Sure.
Good victory. Nimpasi every now and then, one good news or the other does not harm.
Exactly.
That's not health action. Well, I would say my 70th birthday falls on Saturday, which is just 2 days away. As you are aware, in celebration of that landmark, I have been sharing insights life has given me over those 70 years.
Sure.
This is the 4th presentation in the series. I was resident at the Commonwealth Hall when I was a student at the University of Ghana, Legon.
Okay.
I made friends with a fellow vandal who, for the purposes of this presentation, I will call Tuga. Our friendship was strange to a lot of people because I was active in the Christian Fellowship, and that is UCF, or as people preferred to call it in those days, CRIFE. I was on the executive committee as the literature secretary. Tuga, on the other hand, could not stand the Christian Fellowship, and he was very militant in his distaste of the fellowship and its activities.
I see.
My friendship with him began when I took one of my plays to Commonwealth Hall when I was a student there. A few days before the production, Tuga, who was a poet, came to see me and said, Ebo, I have Christian poems. Can I read 2 of them before the play starts? Now, listen, I am not too sure which shocked me the more. The fact that this anti-Christian had written Christian poems, or that he wanted to be featured on a platform that was on the ticket of the Christian Fellowship in Commonwealth Hall.
Tell me.
But I liked and admired Tuga.
Okay.
There was a wild streak about him, and he was fearless, much like you. I remember that at a JCL meeting, which had dragged on past 10 p.m., he took the floor and made a submission that was contrary to the general mood of the hall. But against all the boos and heckling, he would not yield the floor. Finally, the hall had had enough of him, and so about 8 students grabbed him whilst he was still speaking and carried him off to pound him. Everyone at the meeting expected that he would not return to the meeting, but we were all wrong. After the pounding, he jumped out of the pond, dripping wet, and outran those who had pounded him into the hall and went straight to the floor and said, Mr. President, I was on the floor.
Wow.
And continued with the submission as if there had been no interruption. That was Tuga. He was not afraid of anything and anyone. And so when he asked to read 2 or 3 poems at my production, which was under the auspices of the Christian Fellowship, I knew allowing him to do so was risky. The Tuga I knew would have no problem reading a poem he knew would offend Christians. But against my better judgment, I decided to allow him to read his poems.
Okay.
I was curious to know what those poems could be. So on the day of the production, just before the curtain lifted for the play to begin, I took the stage and announced, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tuga. He's going to do 2 poems. Winston, you should have seen the look of apprehension on the faces of the Christians in the audience. You see, his reputation as anti-Christian was very well known.
Okay.
But he took the stage and read 2 of the most beautiful poems any of us have ever heard. They were poems of a Christian celebrating God's goodness and grace upon him. We were all stunned. The next morning at the dining hall, I met his roommate, who was his best friend from secondary school,
Okay.
and who had been at the production. I said to him, your roommate surprised all of us with those Christian poems. He smiled and said, you must know that when we were in secondary school, he was the president of the Scripture Union.
Oh.
Yeah. I could not believe what I had heard. I screamed, no way! And then asked, so what happened to him? His roommate said, you will have to ask him. When I was leaving the dining hall that morning, I met Tuga, who was now coming in for breakfast. He greeted me with, Ebo, nice play. I enjoyed it. Thank you, I said, and continued, and I loved your poems. He said, I'm glad you liked it. I have more, and I am available whenever you need me. I said, your roommate tells me that you were in the Scripture Union in secondary school. He said, yep, I was the president. I said, so what happened to you? He smiled and said, Ebo, I hit the crossroads in my life and God was not there. Winston, I nodded. I understood exactly what he was saying. Okay. You see, I had also hit crossroads in my life, not once, but several times. And it always felt like God was not there. There had been stretches of my life that I felt nothing was working, but I had not walked away from God. In the worst of times, I had still held on to God, and eventually, I had understood why He had allowed me to go through those heartbreaking times. As I reflected on His answer, I could not help asking myself, so what made the difference? We had both known God from our youth. We had both hit crossroads in our lives. God has seemed not to care about us in those times. And yet, I had hung on and He had walked away. I am no better than Tuga, so why had I survived and he had not? I do not have the answer to that question. All I know is that for reasons I cannot understand, I have been spared and preserved. God has been so merciful to me beyond what I deserve. For instance, I came into theater in the 70s. I was not the most gifted and I never became as popular as some others. I did not have any formal training in theater and I did not have the necessary connections some of them had. Nobody in my family had been anywhere near theater and I did not have any network in theater. But 50 years on, I am still here and getting better and bigger in theater. I cannot explain that beyond saying that God has been good to me. Is that to say that God has not been good to the others? No, God is good to all. I believe that each of them would have things to thank God for. I, on my part, thank God for preserving and bringing me this far. I don't deserve it, and that is precisely what makes it special. So, on Saturday, when you pray, please remember to say a prayer for me. And to all who wish me well, God be with you and God bless you. And how about you say, that's my presentation.
Thank you very, very much, Uncle Ebo White, and happy birthday in advance. But of course, you will hear the birthday shout tomorrow.
No, tomorrow, okay, tomorrow is Friday.
Yes, tomorrow is Friday. So you would
okay, that will be your last day before the birthday.
Before the birthday. So
all right, I can't wait to hear what you will say.
Most definitely. Thank you very, very much, Uncle Ebo White, for joining us with Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions. But of course, on the big stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting Energy's latest home, your partner for life, and Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa. Our focus is on discussing the issues that made news this week on Political Thursday, right here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Issues about the sale of state lands and Senate's decision to halt the sale of its 60% shares in its 4 hotels. The withdrawal of LI 2180, which would have allowed members of parliaments and ministers of state to actually have sirens fitted on their vehicles. Also coming up this morning, discussions about free air, such as the fact that suppliers to the scheme owed some $6 billion according to the minority. But are you ready to be the next millionaire in town? The Telecel More Money promo is here. 1 million Ghana Cedis grand prize is up for grabs, and it could be you. Yes, you. Simply reload your mobile using your Telecel cash wallet and be part of the daily and weekly draws where you can win up to 30,000 Ghana Cedis every week. Purchase data or airtime using your Telecel cash wallet and double your chances. Making payments onto your fixed broadband also gives you a chance to be the next millionaire. And the more you reload, the better your chances of winning in the Telecel More Money promo. To opt in for free, dial *500# or send WIN to 500 or visit the Telecel Play app. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Telecel, connecting energies. So So picture this, you're lying in bed after a long day seeking comfort and relaxation, but instead you're met with a mattress that sags beneath you, a reminder of shortcuts and compromises. Your comfort and well-being should never have been compromised, and that's why we at Latest Foam prioritize quality above all else. Step into our showrooms and experience the difference for yourself. Our high-quality mattresses and furniture are crafted with your ultimate relaxation in mind. Picture waking up refreshed, rejuvenated, and ready to take on the day. As the Latest Foam promise, invest in your well-being. Choose Latest Foam. Otherwise, you did do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. Visit us today and sleep better tonight. Call us on 0302 231155 or 0322008499 or visit us online latestfoamghana.com. Do you want a British degree at a fraction of the cost? Do you want a vibrant student experience in a community that equips you with useful employability skills, taking you one step closer to the career of your dreams? Enjoy all these and more, plus up to 50% scholarship for your degree at Lancaster University, Ghana. Be taught by the finest faculty trained to UK standards at our campus. For more information, visit lancaster.edu.gh. You can also contact us via email at admissions@lancaster.edu.gh or call us on 0209 607008. Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa. Stay with us. We return with a Joy Business Minute here on the Super Morning Show.
Are you hoping to start university this October? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our 2024 intakes. Apply now for our foundation and undergraduate programs. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I feel handle am.
For Telecel, with the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want them. That *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel. Connecting energies.
All right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And time now for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Build Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Build Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy. The depreciation of the city has indirectly sparked an increase in demand for local rice. That's according to the Peasant Farmers Association, which says it is a blessing in disguise. Commercial banks are currently monitoring developments in the economy in order to decide on participating in the various government financial instruments. Fit Solutions has maintained its forecast of 4.3% growth rate for the Ghanaian economy this year, saying the economy will grow strongly than anticipated. Elsewhere, technology stocks around the world have slumped on fears about the global computer chip industry. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Build Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
And Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sales of ultra-silent generators from 5 kVA to 2,500 kVA. And they undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generators. They also stock genuine spare parts of all kinds for various generators and do generator rentals. They have branches nationwide, and you can locate their latest branches in Amrahia Frames Oil on the main Adenta Dodowa Road, East Legon, Lagos Avenue Road, opposite Tomrick Hotel. Tema General Hospital Road, Community 9, just after the overhead, and Kaswa off the Wager Kaswa Road near Simaf Cement Depot, and at Odoko, where they have their head office, number 77 Anointed House off the Odoko Malam Road, Accra. You can reach them on 0243 480 334. And the Ghana Medical Association presents its 24th annual public lecture under the theme Developing a Holistic Healthcare Financing for the Ordinary Ghanaian Beyond the National Health Insurance Scheme. It's on the 26th of July 2024 at 9 a.m. from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Greenwood Event Center, Asoka, in the Ashanti region. The chairman would be Dr. Frank Sribo, who's president of the Ghana Medical Association. Keynote speaker, Dr. Chris Atim, who's a senior executive program director for Health Division, Results for Development, the founding executive director of the African Health Economics and Policy Association. So he will be joining us. Make sure you join them. It's on the 26th of July 2024 at the Greenwood Event Center, Soka, under the theme Developing Holistic Healthcare Financing for the Ordinary Ghanaian Beyond the National Health Insurance Scheme. Right, so let's get interactive here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-11-11997. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is spoiled too. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Oh, is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from them.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
Oh, how?
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomrick Hotel.
And that's why Nana is calling us.
Okay.
Yes.
If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534
or call 0243 480 334. They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after-sales service.
Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go.
Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything?
Anointed, the generator experts.
Hey, Erade, where are all these high bills coming from? Now, wait a minute here. In these times of high electricity tariffs, Build-Freeze solar hybrid air conditioners are your sure bet to cut down on electricity bills. Build-Freeze cool your buildings comfortably with very low energy consumption. The amazing part is the air conditioners are built with the latest German technologies that give you 80% savings on energy consumption compared to traditional air conditioners. Build-Freeze come with a 6-year warranty and free after-sale servicing for a year. Please call us for purchases on 053-1100-915. 053-1100-915. Build-Freeze. Superior cooling with lower energy.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
The Super Morning Show, but of course we also get to have a conversation about the week's topical issues. But first, packing that old car or a home makeover or a relaxing beach getaway. Use your ABSA card 10 times or more in a month, and you could be a lucky winner in the ABSA Change Your Story promotion and extra entries by using our digital channels 5 times or more. From now till the end of October, 5 lucky winners will take away 40,000 Ghana cedis each every month to change their stories. For more information, visit an ABSA branch today. This promotion is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Your story matters. ABSA terms and conditions apply.
And Winston, are you tired of paying exorbitant electricity bills? If so, consider investing in a top-tier solar from Ghana's leading solar company, Translight Solar Limited, at highly competitive prices. With Translight's solar systems, you can reduce your electricity costs and escape doomsday permanently. Solar power is no longer just a backup for ECG, but a viable everyday energy source. So install a system from Translight Solar and enjoy uninterrupted power supply. Visit us at 98 Boundary Road, East Legon, between ARS and the American House. You can also visit our website at translightsolar.com or call us at 0504 249 229 or 0206 542 454 for early bird deals. Everywhere there's sunlight, there's Translight.
Now, the new order of retirement is here. Now you can retire on your own terms with a guaranteed monthly income for the rest of your life. Yes. Simply invest a lump sum into the Old Mutual Retirement Salary Plan today and start receiving monthly income to enjoy the perfect retirement. It's that easy. And the best part is you get to enjoy salary increase 16% in 2023-2024 as well. Call Old Mutual on 0504534333 or visit oldmutual.com.gh or simply dial star 789 star 01 hash to request a call. Obra pa ahotonkwa. Old Mutual, do great things every day.
And the best investment you can make is to invest in your child's education. So a good school with international standard education, a facility that will nurture your child and give them the right fundamentals to be great in future. And let me introduce you to Metro Gold Schools. Yes, Metro Gold Schools located in Ablekuma Kev. Admission is ongoing for Cambridge education. School starts from creche all the way to grade 9, and children from age 3 months to 14 years are all welcome. We can rush now for the September intake. School starts from 10th September. Metro Gold Schools has a modern facility and serene environment conducive for learning. It has boarding facilities, a tennis court, basketball court, swimming pool, and an AstroTurf pitch. Enroll your child now. Call or WhatsApp us on 0548 050 108 0548 050 108, and you can visit us at mgs.edu.gh for admission details. Metro Gold Schools, your child deserves quality education.
This is the Super Morning Show, and coming up this morning,
we will definitely resort many options that are available to us. I will be out there on the street, especially so when our creditors succeed in driving out from our home. We have no other place to go but to go and live with the policy implemented in their offices.
There is nothing like that before Parliament. There is nothing like that before Parliament.
Honorable members, the Road Traffic Amendment Regulation 2024 is accordingly laid.
Mr. Speaker, I write to move that the Road Traffic Amendment Regulation 2024, which was laid on the Friday, 14 June 2024, be withdrawn.
Right, this is the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And before we get into the political discussion between reps from the NPP and NDC, this morning we're joined by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament for Damongo, Samuel Abu Jinapo. Good morning, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, and thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, sir. Good morning, and very good morning to your cherished listeners and viewers.
Great.
So, thank you for having me.
we're glad you're able to join us. So there's been a lot of conversation about state capture, particularly when it comes to land. And over the course of the week, you've had to issue a statement. But the Member of Parliament for North Tongue, who had alleged these things, has responded. And he talks about how you have been disingenuously selective and totally silent on the following cases of blatant state capture, which he's consistently spoken against in and outside of Parliament. He talks about the demolition of the Bulgarian embassy in East Cantonments, the demolition of properties belonging to the Nigerian High Commission, the loss of Labadi Beach Hotel's beachfront to former NPP chairman Freddie Blaisons, the opaque attempted sale of 62.14 acres, portions of the Ghana Prison Service barracks, land located near Dankwa Circle roundabout. And he talks about how you sought to seek refuge in the Park and Gardens land in Wa and commends the Minister of Local Government. How do you respond to, the latest in response to your clarification?
Well, thank you so very much, and thank you for the opportunity to join this very important and consequential conversation. I, as the Minister responsible for land, I welcome this conversation. I welcome the scrutiny. I think it is the only way we can manage and exploit the lands and natural resources of our country in a manner which will serve the Ghanaian people, who, by the dictates of our national constitution, are the owners of these resources. So this scrutiny or call for transparency and all of that are absolutely in order, and I wholeheartedly welcome that. Secondly, I did respond to the specific allegations which were brought to my attention. And there was an allegation, very categorical allegation, that the Parks and Gardens lands in a cantonment had been sold to NPP cronies. I established that it had not been sold to NPP cronies. It was actually not sold under President Akufo-Addo. It was sold specifically on 29th November 2016 through a 50-year lease. So the suggestion that this is evidence of state capture because this land was sold by President Akufo-Addo's administration and sold to NPP cronies is not correct. The second allegation was that judges, land which had accommodation, housing judges, had been sold to NPP cronies, and that is another evidence of state. I said no, it was not sold to NPP cronies. It was sold to a company called Friends Company Limited. If anybody is interested in the political affiliation of the promoters or owners of Friends Company Limited, they can check that out. That would be their own way of establishing that. But I will not go into that. But it was sold to a company called Friends Company Limited. And that company bought the land as far back as 2015. And I went on and on. So second point, and the point I'm making is that I responded to specific allegations. Some more have been mentioned. I will try to respond to some of them in the course of our conversation. But if there was a need, I will respond to each one of them copiously and comprehensively, as I did in respect of the 4 allegations. In the case of the WA one, I did indicate that it was sold in 2019, which was under this administration. I did put out the justification which was given at the time for the sale, and I never, I was so transparent. I put the facts out, and that is what I do. I just put the facts out. So that's point number 2. Point number 3, Winston, and I think it's important that people like your good self will guide the conversation properly. Winston, the moment we descend into the arena, if you allow me to say this, the very unhealthy, the very unproductive, and the very cheap arena of political point scoring. You sold this land, you sold that land, you are engaged in state capture, you are engaged in this and that, just to whip up public sentiments against the government or against the political party, a particular political party for political gain. Winston, we will lose the value that we will derive out of this very important conversation. Because where I sit, all governments have sold public lands. I have a whole list of people, of companies, of lands which were sold under President Mohammed's era from 2013 to 2017. So many of them, hundreds of acres of land in prime areas of Accra, cantonment, chain homes, you name it, so many places in Accra where lands were sold. President Mills's era, some lands were sold. And I'll use the word some. President Kufuor's era, lands were sold. President Rawlings's era, lands were sold. So once you get into that arena to say, Akufo-Addo's time, this number of lands were sold. President Mohammed's time, this number of lands were sold. You lose the point. Then you are engaged in political point scoring. Then I can then come out with a list of NPP, NDC functionaries, of NDC former ministers, of companies, of individuals who bought state lands or who bought public lands under President Mahama, and then draw the hasty and healthy conclusion that President Mahama was engaged in state capture. That will not help the discourse. Fourthly, and I say this reluctantly, and I also say this in context, and I want your listeners and viewers to process it in context. We are required to preserve public lands. We are required to ensure that the management of public lands are done in the interest of the Ghanaian people. But I want to respectfully submit that the sale of a public land or the lease of a public land or the dealing in of a public land with a third party in and by itself is not necessarily wrong. It is normally how it is done, the purpose for which it is done, the value the state derives from that. I'll give you an example. When you take the best part of Accra Central, you take the best, by that I mean if you take even Airport City, where we have all these high-rise buildings, if you take so many other parts of the very center of Accra, the development you see there, the facelift you see there, the high-value usage of those lands you see there, were born out of the redevelopment policy, which was enacted as far back as President Rawlings' government, which had been implemented through President Kufuor all the way to date, where you have situations where you have a bungalow sitting on, say, a 4-acre land, and government takes the view that if they were to go into partnership with a private sector investor, and the investor were to put up, say, 10 or 20 bungalows, and the investor were to take, say, 10 of the bungalows and give 10 to the government, one, the government will get a lot more bungalows, the government can accommodate a lot more public officials, the place will be beautified, there will be a facelift of the place. All places which were acquired during the colonial era or President Nkrumah's era, which were deemed to be outskirts of Accra or outskirts of Kumasi, which have now been urbanized, which has now become very much the center of the city. These were acquired for agricultural purposes and so on and so forth. And then the use for which, or the purpose for which they were acquired, can no longer be tenable. Government then leverages these lands to ensure that it brings value to the state. That kind of arrangement or that kind of example will not be problematic, should not be a problem. But of course, if it is done under peak circumstances, there's no value to the state, it's not valued properly, it's sold to people who are connected and so on, that is a problem. But that kind of conversation, I want to conclude by submitting that kind of conversation cannot be reduced to pointing fingers at one party or one government and say that government is involved in state capture. If there are specific incidents, if there are specific issues which pertain in this current dispensation, we raise them. And when we raise them, we have to deal with them. I've had to deal with one, for example, in Tamale. The member of parliament for Tamale Central, Honorable Murtala Mohammed, raised an issue on the floor of parliament and has followed through with a question in parliament as to why a certain particular portion of land is being sold in Tamale. And this was after I gave a ministerial directive that no public land should be sold without recourse to me, the minister, or without recourse to me for approval. And I have since written to the Lands Commission in Tamale to abrogate the transaction. And I'm prepared to go and answer this question in Parliament. That's a specific issue which we are dealing with. I set up a committee initially, a technical committee to get into the matter. And this is the stopgap measure that I've put in place. But, with the greatest of respect to my good friend, the Honorable Kujito Ablakwa, the way he goes about these things and the way he's going about it, it will not help us, because you will see, for example, that the examples he gave, the sales took place under President Mohammed's era. And I have read the statement where he's talking about Why didn't we abrogate the lease? Why did for all intents and purposes? And the lawyers will tell you, a sale is concluded and dusted up when a lease is executed. So for all intents and purposes, the sale gets closure, gets concluded when a lease is executed. And each one of these allegations he leveled, the leases were granted under President Mahama. And I've given the date. But does it really matter? And must it really matter? I'm not too sure about that, Winston. Okay. Must that be the focus of the discussion? I don't think that should be the focus of the discussion. What should be the focus of the discussion? Was that grant done properly? Was it in the public interest? Are grants that have been done under this administration properly? Are they in the public interest? Is how we manage our public lands, generally speaking, can we change the nature in which is it fit for purpose, or how we should manage our public land? These are questions and these are issues we can discuss. I mean, take for example, the Bulgarian embassy. And my brother and friend cite that as an example of state capture. How can that be, Winston? And the facts are there. The facts are there. He should be familiar with the facts. And everybody who's followed that matter should be familiar with the facts. This is a pure controversy or litigation between the Bulgarian embassy and a private Ghanaian citizen. Government had no role whatsoever to play. This private Ghanaian citizen, I don't know him from Adam. I don't know his political affiliations. I don't even know if he's bothered about politics, as many Ghanaians are not. And he gets into an issue with the Bulgarian embassy in relation to a particular piece of land. Government rather comes in because we are dealing with an embassy to seek to resolve the issue satisfactorily for the embassy. That is what government has rather done. How does that become an example of state capture? Or how does that become an example of government selling state land to its cronies as evidence of state capture? As a matter of fact, the land in question, I should refresh my notes, but the land in question, I'm not even sure it's state land. But even if it was a pure dispute between an embassy and a private Ghanaian individual, which government had to intervene because one of the parties is an embassy. And if it was not for the fact that one of the parties was an embassy, was a Bulgarian embassy, government would not have been interested. It would have been a normal land dispute, the numerous of them which have been litigated in the courts of our country. Then he cites the Nigerian embassy. Oh, how? I was totally shocked when I saw that example. The Nigerian embassy is yet another example of a dispute or an unfortunate incident between the Nigerian embassy and another private Ghanaian individual, which the state came in, I think, to replace the land for the Nigerian embassy or to compensate the Nigerian embassy or something of the sort. The state rather came on the side of the Nigerian embassy. How does that become an example of the government selling lands to its cronies, and therefore that constitutes evidence of state capture? Look, let me just conclude, Winston. I'm not actually. I have very little appetite to go on and on, on this matter. In this manner, which is like the Honorable Ablakwa can say, oh, they sold this land, then you respond. They've done this, then, and then in many cases, 9 out of 10, he doesn't get his facts correct, and so on and so forth. That, for me, is not what I'm interested in. If he comes up with something specific, he's a member of parliament. He's very much within his purview. His oversight, mandate or responsibility is exactly what he tries to do, which is that, Mr. Minister, this Du Bois Center, this and that and that and that is what I have. This and that is what I found out. You file a question in Parliament.
And talking about the Du Bois Center, what is the agreement relating to that center?
I will be very happy to collaborate for us to protect the public interest if the public interest is being compromised. But, say this and that state capture, the government is looting our lands and the rest. I think that there is a desperate attempt to replay 2008, where there was this, deliberate efforts by the political actors of the time to create the impression that the NPP government of the time was looting public lands, and therefore equipped indigenous of Accra against the government. And when they came into government in 2009, what happened? What did we see?
Yes, but I'm not
for that. If we can have a substantive, constructive, productive conversation about the protection and management of the public lands of our country, I'll be very happy to do that, because that's exactly what I have been working for the past 3.5 years since I've had the privilege to be Minister for Lands.
Yes, I'm asking the question, what are the agreements concerning the renovation of the Du Bois Center?
If you look at my statement, I did comment on Du Bois Center.
Yes.
And I deal with records with the greatest of respect. What I do is that I deal with records. And the repository of records relating to lands is the Lands Commission. And the records at the Lands Commission and the records that have been furnished me, which are put out, suggest that no transaction relates to Du Bois Center. That no sale or no lease or no grant or no rights have been created in respect of Du Bois Center. I've seen the Honorable Blackman make further allegations and some 50-year lease and all of that. I've asked that they should check it out for me. And when I assemble the facts, I'll put that out. But Winston, renovation doesn't constitute a sale. I mean, if I should point that out.
Well, since you say you're going to check that out, you do check that out, and like you say, it will be important to get in studio one of these days to have an extensive conversation on it, because it'll be important to find out, for instance, whether the management of the state land itself has been fit for purpose. And there are those who say there should be transparency, for instance, when it comes to the lease or the sale of state lands. Do we, for instance, have a plan as to the disposition of these state lands? What's the plan going for? Within the next 5 to 10 years, what lands do we plan to redevelop and for what purposes? Are these things that are readily available that can be seen and checked by Ghanaians?
Look, these are very legitimate questions you've asked, and these are very important issues you've put on the table. And now I'll be very, very happy to step forward for us to have this conversation. As a matter of fact, as I speak to you now, we're in close collaboration with Daily Graphic to organize a national symposium on land administration in Ghana. And sometime in August, that conversation will take place. And I'll be happy to have Joy FM or multimedia come along for us to have this conversation. It is absolutely important. As I've said many, many times, these lands are not for Minister Apuchinapo or President Akufo-Addo per se. These lands are for the Ghanaian people. They are vested in the president as a trustee and need to hold them in trust for the people. And so their management and utilization must be done in the interest of the Ghanaian people. But look, Winston, I've put in place one or two measures which maybe I should share with you. In the past, when state lands were being granted, they were granted without the express written approval of the minister. Since becoming minister, on the with the approval of the president, I have since issued a ministerial directive which says that no public land should be leased whatsoever anywhere without the express written approval of the Minister for Lands. And so in my era, you can or you should be able to assemble all state lands which have been leased or granted, the justification for them, and it should be on record. And any such grant which is without the minister's approval is deemed null and void, which is why I gave the example of Tamale, which is why I said I have to send a directive to vitiate the transaction which Honorable Murtala Mohammed raised on the floor of Parliament. So that is actually some stopgap measure which is brought some sanity to the administration or the management of state land in our country. And my office is inundated and littered with applications across the country, from Volta region, from Upper East, from Upper West, asking for my approval for them to grant one state land or the other. And they are piled up there. So it seems to be working. Of course, we can do better. Of course, we can re-examine the system we have in place. And as you rightly put it, we can make it more fit for purpose. Finally, land administration in general, a lot of reform is taking place at the Lands Commission in terms of the search regime which exists in the Lands Commission has seen a tremendous reform for the better in terms of the records keeping of the Lands Commission, introducing digitization technology to ensure that we codify and digitize the records of the Lands Commission. A lot of work has been done. The infrastructure capacity of the Lands Commission itself is improved tremendously. As I speak to you, I commissioned our office for the Greater Accra Regional Lands Commission. Sometime first week in October, we are commissioning a multi-purpose 8-story national headquarters for the Lands Commission with a data center which is fit for purpose. One of the biggest data centers in our country is going to be commissioned on that particular day. So a whole lot of work has been done. We are not where we should be yet, but it's work in progress. I'm happy to engage various stakeholders. I'm happy to learn from the experts and the pundits and all of that. I'm happy for people to expose wrongdoings or things that are not right or things that are going wrong in respect of land administration for us to take a look at them. I give you the example of the French oil one, for instance. The Chief Justice is convened several meetings which I have attended, and we are cooperating fully. At an instance, we set up a technical committee which the Minister of Lands has a representative on to delve into that matter to find a solution to that particular issue. It is a matter that is pending, which we are trying to find a solution to, because as I say, the person has gotten a lease as far back as 2016. That was 2 weeks to the general election, 29th November. A lease was granted to this man. And if you allow me, in my hometown, they say that when you fall, do not look at where you're falling. Look at where you stumbled. And the real problem we are dealing with, the root of it, was this lease which was granted to French Oil as far back as 29th November 2016. That was when the land was sold. Years. And so, look, the invitation you've extended is a very welcome one, and I wholly welcome that invitation. And I'm happy that I've even had the opportunity to have this conversation with you. Let's continue with it for the good and betterment of our country.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. But talking about those who have bought lands, the feeling I get from Ghanaians is that these are state lands, and so whoever has bought it, the list should be made available for all to see. And I'm sure you wouldn't mind doing that.
I wouldn't mind at all. At all.
So since you subscribe to that, we'll come back to you like you've admitted. Next week, we probably should have another conversation on this, and we can have everything and have a conversation about it. Thank you very much.
It will be great, and I'll be happy to come to your studios for us to exhaust this matter.
Thank you very much, Samuel Abujinapo, Member of Parliament for Damongo and Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. And that means we can now get into a conversation. Already seated, Nana Komia, who's Vice Chairman of the Dr. Baumia campaign and MD of STC, and Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue. Good morning, all of you, and thank you very much for joining us.
Hi, good morning, Winston. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm well. Good morning, Nana.
Good morning, Winston.
When we return after these messages, we're fine. We'll look at happenings on the campaign platform briefly, and then we get into a conversation. First of all, you just heard from the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Honorable Ablakwa. You've been talking more about the state capture when it comes to our lands. We'll talk about that, and then we'll get into other issues about LI 2124. How Ghanaians have become unhappy that members of Parliament wanted to have sirens fitted on their vehicles, and also we get to talk about SNIT, free SHS, the fact that the suppliers are angry. The minority says they are owed some 6 billion Ghana cedis in arrears. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Joy 99.7 FM.
After tasting 10 cedis worth of Abochi's kebab, you finally decide to buy some. He wraps it up and you take it home. Just when you're about to dig in, you see your name in bold Times New Roman font size 14 on the paper. And that's when you realize it's the CV you submitted for a job last week. The job market is changing rapidly. AI, clouds, holograms. Who knows what's next? Over 34 million Ghanaians. What makes you stand out? Get the X Factor to get ahead with tech courses from ALX. Choose AWS Cloud Computing, Salesforce Administration, Data Analytics, Data Science, Front-End Web Development, Back-End Web Development, or AI Career Essentials. Search ALX Ghana online to apply now. ALX. Do hard things.
When shopping for a dress, you say,
of course, a low burst line, a little tight by the hips, covered sleeves, off shoulder, definitely.
But when buying anti-malarial drug, you say,
is it not malaria? Give me whatever is available.
Choose your malaria drugs the same way you choose your dress. Always ask for Coartem. It's also available in cherry-flavored dispersible tablets for children. Don't gamble with malaria. Choose right. Choose Coartem. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malaria testing should be done before treatment. This advert is FDA approved.
My name is Akrobeto. I like my mind peace. That's why I go get my bumper insurance from Holland Life. Just yesterday, my Abushapeni asked everybody to pay 1,000 Ghana cedis for a penny funeral. But Masa, Nukreni, and Mosomekora. My bumper helped me cover cost of funeral and any disability cost by paying 2 Ghana cedis per Bushumibia. A simple crowd.
Yes, with as little as 2 Ghana cedis, you too can have peace of mind about cost of injury and funeral by simply registering with Mibambo Insurance from Holland Life. Just dial *269# on MTN or Telecel and follow the prompts. It's really that simple. Enjoy peace of mind today, knowing your tomorrow is covered. Mibambo Insurance, made for you.
Attention, facility management professionals. Get ready for the event of the year, the IFMA Global Africa Conference in Ghana, August 1st and 2nd at the UPSA Auditorium, hosted by the International Facility Management Association's Ghana chapter. This is your chance to meet the world's top FM experts, thought leaders, and innovators. Immerse yourself in groundbreaking keynotes, interactive panels, hands-on workshops, and unmatched networking sessions. Explore the future of facility management in Africa's booming built environments. Don't miss out on the epic gathering of minds and ideas. The IFMA Global Africa Conference, August 1st and 2nd at the UPSA Auditorium. Be there. Proudly sponsored by Fides Group. To register or to sponsor, please call 0558 368 544.
The luckiest *712#. Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah.
Here's to the friends who dialed *712# and found no regrets. To the investors who struck gold. To the health workers who diagnosed luck with precision. To the tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. To the passionate fan who couldn't contain his joy. To the seamstress who turned her hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, here's to you. Your next big win is right here.
Luck is everywhere for everyone.
Dial *712#. Now join in the luckiest winning celebration. Every 1st July 2024. Over dial *712#. Now I can to take it through as a group, individual, and now even as a community. Now win Nistika Kessie. Prizes are Kessie in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with *712#. Now join in the winning streak now.
The luckiest
*712#.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
Manchester City are the Premier League champions again.
When it's football you want, get it all on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live. Because when it comes to football, we've got it all day, all night. No matter what package you're on, you're always going to get football on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Rise, Ghana youth, for your country.
It's another service year. Hooray! And management of the National Service Scheme is requesting user agencies, including private corporate organizations, MMDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, and all interested entities that wish to host national service personnel for the 2024-2025 service year to put in a formal request to the Secretariat. This year's postings are private sector driven. Therefore, user agencies are to state in writing the number of service personnel required and specify the desired academic qualifications. All requests must be on official letterhead, including the organization's official address, email, phone numbers, and location. Agencies with special needs are advised to contact the NSS Secretariat for discussions. All requests must reach the NSS Secretariat before the 30th of July 2024. National Service, service to the nation.
In building a fatherland.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me. Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Everyone is running to Bills. Enjoy the peace of mind that comes with acquiring any of our loan facilities. For whoever you are and whatever you're doing, Bills has a product for you. No susu, no deposits. All you need is your Ghana card. Call 0302-200-390 or 0596-928-33 today and live a bill-free life. Bills Microcredit is licensed by the Bank of Ghana. Bills, financing your needs. Terms and conditions apply.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
All right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And as I indicated before the break, we have Member of Parliament for North Tong, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who's now been made the chairman of the Government Assurances Committee in Parliament. And Nana Kumia, who is vice chairman of the Dr. Baumia campaign team and MD for STC. But did you know that all 41 LPG companies and 800 stations across the country are 100% built and operated by indigenous Ghanaians? When you refill your cylinder with us, you support the growth of indigenous businesses and create more jobs. But that's not the only reason for choosing us. Our LPG distribution system offers unbeatable value, allowing you to buy any amount of the product in whichever quantities you need, making it incredibly pocket-friendly. Worried about being cheated with us? You can watch Fili Fili as your cylinder gets filled. Plus, we have weighing scales at every station so you can double-check the weight of the quantity filled. That's trust and transparency guaranteed. Switch to LPG for your car. Especially if you drive a taxi, it's more environmentally friendly, helping protect our precious ecosystem. Go green with LPG and make a difference. Remember, when the last tree dies, the last man dies, so refill your LPG cylinder at your nearest gas station and help save our forest and environment. Let's protect Ghana for this generation and the next. LPG Marketing Companies Association of Ghana, your affordable, pocket-friendly, trustworthy, and eco-friendly choice. But stay ready for unexpected funeral and accidental disability cost with Mebambo Life Insurance on MTN and Telecel by Hollard Life and Musokra, because with as little as 2, 10, 25 or 50 Ghana cedis per month, you can get up to 30,000 for funeral and accidental disability cost. Just dial *269# to register on MTN or Telecel with your Ghana card number, and automatic monthly deductions will be made from your mobile money wallet. Add as many as 7 biological dependents to cover your spouse, children, parents, grandparents, and in-laws. No stress at all. With a quick claims process, get more Asumdre with Hollard Life Mebambo and live your best life. It's insurance made for you. Terms and conditions apply. Great, let's start a conversation. But before we get into everything, I'll give you a chance to respond to the conversation about land, Honorable Ablakwa. But Nana Kumia, how's the campaign going?
Well, thank you, Winston. The campaign is going very, very well. It's exceeding our expectations when we were drawing up the movement plan for our flag bearer. And the response on the ground in all the places that he has been, they've exceeded our expectations. So we are very, very happy with what is happening. He's engaged now in a tour of the northern regions, Savannah, northeast, northwest. And the message resonates with the people on the ground. Yesterday, he was telling the people about how he was going to deal with the cost of living. And he was telling them about some of the main drivers that drive up cost of living in this country, and how he was going to tackle them to get them under control and to keep the cost of living under control. He identified the cedi dollar, that any time the price of the dollar went up, it automatically transferred to a rise in the cost of living, because we are heavily dependent on imports. So there has to be a determined effort to move the country away from imports. Some of the things that we import, these are not high-tech, chicken, rice, and so on. And incidentally, over the last couple of years, the rice import bill has dropped by about 40%. The amount of rice that we're importing has dropped dramatically. We have to put that same aggression into, say, chicken, and some of the low-hanging things that we can produce in this country is going to put a new energy into them. Some of the factories that are strategic, if you check the figures for floor tiles now, I think there are two main factories producing floor tiles in this country. One in 2nd D, that's your area.
Yeah.
I've forgotten the name of the company. And then the second one, I think the Sopond area also. And if you look at the import bill for floor tiles, it's gone down quite a bit. These local companies are doing nearly 50% of the market. So such companies have to be identified and concentrated on. So we don't spread too wide. We concentrate and do aggressive import substitution, so that our import bill, or the demand for the dollar, will come down. He also plans to support the city with the gold purchase program, which we haven't had in this country. Gold is money. Gold is international currency, and we produce gold. Many of these countries with stable currencies, whose currencies are convertible, the so-called the pound sterlings and the dollars and so on. The euros, a lot of it is backed by gold. The UK, for example, have over 3,000 tons of gold sitting under the Bank of England that supports the currency. The Americans have over 8,000 tons of gold that supports the US dollar when needed. Germany also has over 3,000 tons. We produce the gold. We didn't have 10 tons, but gold can be used. And you buy the gold in cedi, and then you store it. So there's going to be a massive gold purchase program to also support the city, in addition to he also identified housing as a major cost of the cost of living, because everybody must have accommodation, and if the price of accommodation goes up, it will affect the cost of living. He's identified land and infrastructure as a major cost of the drive of the cost of housing. He is going to engage in a massive land registration program. The chiefs and the landowners are going to be able to register their lands for free, because the registration costs a lot, and there's a long procedure. It's going to allow everybody to register their land for free, and there will be digital registration, so that in a few short years you would have every land in this country covered under a digital registration, so you can always check it out. And then he's going to buy.
Finally,
he's going to buy a minute and a half. He's going to buy land and put in infrastructure that would then be leased out to private estate developers, so that the cost of land and the litigation that goes with it, and the provision of infrastructure that beef up the cost of housing, will be reduced. And then transport is another driver. There's going to be a massive introduction of electric buses for public transportation. So we move away from petrol and diesel, which are affected by the price of oil. Batteries would provide a flat cost regime for transport. And I'm in transport, and I know how devastating to the industry when the petrol price go up and so on. It's going to do a massive introduction of electric buses. And also lastly, since we don't have a lot of time, energy, the cost of electricity. There's going to be a massive solar program in this country. It's going to build capacity for 2,000 megawatts of solar. That would provide a flat cost for energy, and that would also hold down energy as a source of the rise in the cost of living. And this year's message has been received very well by the electorate, and we are very happy with what is going on.
All right, so let me get to Honorable Ablakwa. How's the campaign going?
Well, first of all, I will be remiss if I do not convey my profound appreciation to the Ghanaian people. This is my first program since our major victory over the sale of our Senate hotels. 60% of the shares, controlling shares, were about to be given to the Minister for Food and Agriculture. I had to blow the alarm as part of my parliamentary oversight duties. And since the expose, the Ghanaian people have rallied, particularly organized labor. Organized labor has been phenomenal in standing their grounds and saying enough is enough. The state capture cannot be allowed to continue. And in an unprecedented move, I don't remember the last time we saw anything like this. Perhaps since 1948, when all the workers and the traders said, look, we are going to give the final push towards our total independence. I want to salute organized labor. And we saw that for the first time, buyers were running out of the transaction, and the government had to issue 2 statements over the weekend. The Senate board chair, the first one almost at midnight on Friday, and then Saturday afternoon, a signed one this time, begging the Ghanaian people that they will finally listen, that clearly they can't continue with the intransigence, the recalcitrance, and the total belligerence. So I want to celebrate the Ghanaian people. And the lesson in this victory is that when we put the country first, when we put the national interest first, and we subdue all other sectarian interests, whether partisan, whether professional, ethnic, what have you, we are capable of achieving great success and putting our country forward, transforming this nation in the way and manner. Because it's the only way the politicians will listen. When the politicians see that, look, the people will no longer countenance your intransigence, they will have to back off. And so I want to celebrate the Ghanaian people. And you in the media, you have also been particularly fair to all sides in this matter. I recall that you've had a number of interviews with me here to throw more light on the issues. And I want to also thank you. This victory is also your victory. Some people have tried to personalize the victory. Not at all. It's not a personal victory. But for the Ghanaian people rising up and rallying, and you in the media, Joy FM in particular, supporting this crusade, we will not have made the gains that we have made. So now that I have conveyed profound gratitude to Ghanaians, let me come to the campaign. First of all, former President Mahama is doing very well. I was in Moscow with him only a few days ago. He's well and hearty. And what happened in Moscow was really, as a Ghanaian, you must feel proud. The Moscow, that's the Russian Academy of Sciences, based in Moscow, a 300-year-old institution, one of the intellectual powerhouses in the world. And they told us at the session that it is only the second time they are translating the book of an African leader. Okay. The first person was Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, of course. Oh, okay. I Speak of Freedom, and they say it was a sensational bestseller since they translated into the Russian language. And you know, the Russian language, many people probably have not averted their minds, but that language is spoken very, very widely, even way out of the Russian country. And you know that Russia has been a kingdom in time past. If you look at our historical landscape, so all the way as far into Israel and many parts of Europe, you have Russian-speaking people. So to have the former president's book, My First Coup d'etat and Other Stories from the Lost Decades of Africa, being translated, is such an honor. It's an honor to all of us. And it was not a partisan event at all. I want to commend President Akufo-Addo's envoy to Russia, the ambassador, who was one of the special guests invited by the Academy of Sciences to really add her glory to the ceremony. Very beautiful ceremony, and I am happy and proud that we have two Ghanaian leaders who are making us all proud. On the campaign trail, whilst he's been away, our running mate, Professor Nana Jenopoko-Agyemang, has been very, very busy. She went to the Medina market to engage with the market woman there. She had to do a donation and empathize with them following a fire outbreak at the Medina market recently, you'll recall. She then moved to the Amasama market as well. They also have their own challenges. And when she meets the woman, she has been putting across our very impactful gender transforming messages. Key amongst them is the Women's Development Bank. For a long time, research after research has shown that our women, our traders in particular, who really, if we're talking about the backbone of this economy, is our market women. But they have not had access to capital, access to credit. It is still a major challenge. And even though Maslog was established, we all know that Maslog has not been able to fill that void. So we are talking about a specialized Women's Development Bank that will be managed by women, run by women. Everybody will be a woman in that bank, and women understand their issues better. They know how to really extend support, revamp their businesses. And you know how businesses have been struggling under this bankrupt economy. For the first time in the history of our country, we have seen all of these downgrades, junk status from Moody's, Fitch and Poor's, Moody's, Fitch, Standard and Poor's. All the sovereign credit rating agencies have downgraded us. You've seen the domestic debt exchange program that we've all had to be subjected to, and because of that, it's the business folks who have been hit the most. Okay. Their businesses have collapsed. A lot of them are struggling. They've laid off workers. So for our women, this Women Development Bank is something that's really resonating with them. The flag bearer himself, you know that before he left for this prestigious Russian Academy of Sciences engagement, he met with the media, which is something the current government has been running away from for years. And you wonder what they have to hide. It's been more than 4 years since President Akufo-Addo engaged the media. As for the running mate, he's made history. The only person to have become flag bearer without any media engagement, because they are running away. He knows that his terrible record will be exposed. And listening to Nana Akomia this morning, you wonder if they are in opposition. You have a candidate who is the vice president, who is the current head of the economic management team. And all of these ideas you want us to consider. Why are they not being implemented now? And why is it that these your great ideas have plunged us into the worst economic crisis that we have ever seen? So unlike President Mohammed's opponents, who are running away from the media, you have the former president open up to the media more than 3 hours, He said, ask me any question. And it was not only friendly media. The invitation was wide and open. Okay. Everybody was there to ask every question imaginable. And you've seen the reviews. Everybody has said that, look, this is clearly a leader who has gravitas, who knows his stuff, who is on top of his brief. This is a leader who has the know-how. And if it is about grit, it is about having the depth of knowledge to bring us out of the current quagmire. The former president is the man. And
So-
and I want to thank the media.
On that note,
for
let's
all
get
the support.
to land. Let's get to our conversation now. So, in 10 minutes, you've heard from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. He's responded. He says he's issued a statement to you. Then you've introduced other things. The things you brought, he's dealt with them. You go back and introduce other things, as if he's running away from things. He doesn't want to play the politics. But now he's prepared to release the list of all those who have bought state lands, in this country.
Listening to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources this morning, it is clear that this country has a very, very big problem. When leaders will continue to engage in obfuscation, in naked partisanship, in unbridled equalization, we cannot make progress. The minister's statement was deliberately selective and skewed to achieve a partisan aim of equalization. And even that, he has fallen on his own sword. Nobody can accuse me of raising new matters after the minister's statement. If you are going to respond to state capture, respond to all of them. The tall list of lands and state capture cases I have put out after his statement are well known. They are not new matters. Take the Bulgarian embassy demolition, for example. Is that new? You remember this matter? And I have been talking about this for years. I broke the story that the Bulgarian embassy has been demolished. Following my expose, the government set up a sole inquirer to look into the matter. So the Sole Inquirers Commission, chaired by Justice Anto Ofuriata, has put out a damning report. When you listen to the minister this morning, he deliberately hides the fact that the person who benefited from this demolition, who took over the land and was hurriedly constructing, as we speak, because of my intervention, that building is now at Lenton level. He was putting up apartments. It's an appointee of President Akufo-Addo. Why is the minister running away from that? Dr. Yao Ampuma, who at the time was President Akufo-Addo's appointee at the NDPC. The Sole Inquirer's report is very clear. Why is the minister pretending that agents and assigns, officials of this government, are not engaged in state capture? Dr. Ampuma told the Sole Inquirer, when he appeared before the commission, that he bought the land from Jojo Hagan, who government says is on the run. Jojo Hagan has been indicted by the Sole Inquirer as the one who did the demolition. And Dr. Ampuma has told the commission that he bought the land from Jojo Hagan, paid him. But he cannot find Jojo Hagan. Immediately he paid Jojo Hagan. He can't find him and cannot produce him. And as we speak, only yesterday I put out fresh intercepted documents. And this is the Land Valuation Division of the Lands Commission, their report of 22nd December 2023. With your permission, let me just read the last paragraph.
Go ahead.
This is a summary of the basis and procedure undertaken to arrive at the value of 5,383,000 Ghana cedis for the property. And this is signed by Dr. Theodora M. Mentz. So as we speak, because of this mindless demolition, Ghana has been saddled with a 5.3 million Ghana cedis financial loss. So even though the sole inquirer says that Jojo Hagan should pay, because you see, in the case of the Nigerian Health Commission, our taxes was used to compensate the Nigerians. Again, the lands minister is running away from that fact. In this case, the sole inquirer says, look, this is becoming one too many. Let's hold these mindless demolishers responsible and spare taxpayers. But as we speak, it's been more than 2 years. They claim they can't find Jojo Hagan. President Akufo-Addo's appointee at the NDPC says he cannot find Jojo Hagan after paying him. So the Bulgarians, they had a meeting with me not too long ago as ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, former ranking member now. Now I'm going to chair the Government Assurance Committee. They are saying that their patience has run thin. That if they cannot find Jojo Hagan, is the government of Ghana's obligation to find Jojo Hagan. If you can't find him, then just pay us. And you think that Abu Jinapor will use his personal resources, or President Akufo-Addo will use his personal resources? It's going to be our taxes. It's not a new matter. The lands minister cleverly avoids this mess and wants to create the impression that I am introducing new matters. Were we not all in this country when it emerged that our forests, our Ramsar sites, have ended up in the will of an appointee of President Akufo-Addo, Sir John? Were we not all in this country? When you listen to the lands minister this morning, it's as if he is some great defender of our land, and that all this state capture that we are talking about is a figment of our imagination. Now let's come to the Parks and Gardens lands. Every expose I make and every matter I raise, I make sure that Parliament delves into it. So when I discovered documents that the Parks and Gardens land at Cantonments has been sold, and that there is a gentleman called Reverend Ezekiel of Danny Ike Real Estate Developers asking the staff at Parks and Gardens to just move out, and has gone to put containers there, that he is going to develop the place. I filed an urgent question directed at the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Okay.
I have the Hansard here, 4th July 2024. And it's here. Mr. Samuel Kujato Ablakwa, NDC Northton. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development what the ministry is doing to protect lands belonging to the Department of Parks and Gardens in Accra and other parts of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is because of recent claims by some private developers of having secured title to the Department of Parks and Gardens land, particularly within the cantonments area. Response: Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, Mr. Martin Kweku Ej Mensah Kosa, MP.
Okay.
Then this is what the local government minister told Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, I had the privilege to undertake a comprehensive inventory of all assets, including lands that belong to the department, with officials of the ministry and other officers of the Department of Parks and Gardens. Following this development, a report was prepared, and it captured all the lands under the aegis of the Department of Parks and Gardens, and by extension, the ministry, to ensure a holistic approach to the protection of public vested lands, such as the lands belonging to the department. The ministry has consulted with stakeholders, particularly the Lands Commission, to assess the executive instrument that secure these lands to ward off any unscrupulous persons encroaching on the lands. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we have also collaborated with all the regional coordinating councils to engage their respective regional lands commissions to undertake the necessary steps to protect all lands belonging to the department. Mr. Speaker, to fiscally secure these lands, the ministry is taking measures to provide a fence by walling the lands to prevent any encroachment. Currently, as the Honorable Minister, I am still pursuing the matter and engaging all stakeholders to protect and secure the titles of these lands, especially those that do not have one. In the particular case, and this, let's pay rapt attention to this. In the particular case of the Department of Parks and Gardens, land in cantonments, the recent claimant of the portion of the land indicated that he acquired a title to the land in contention, but could not produce same after he took the matter to court. The court subsequently dismissed the case and requested the plaintiff to re-enter the case with the proper documentation. Mr. Speaker, our checks, however, revealed that the claimant did not have any valid documentation to the land. I wish to state that the land in question has a valid certificate of allocation dated 2nd October 1952 to the Department of Parks and Gardens. Mr. Speaker, the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, LUPSA, had in 2022 cautioned the general public to stay away from the use of the land for any private development purposes, pursuant to the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act 2016 and its regulations, as well as the Local Governance Act. The usage of green belts, gardens, and parks cannot be altered except through Parliament. In this regard, the Ministry is working. Closely with LUPSA to ensure that all the developers and the citizenry adhere to the planning and development permitting processes under the purview of the MMDS. Then,
you wrap up,
then he continues. Mr. Speaker, regarding the department's lands in Wa, for instance, I wish to confirm that the certificate of allocation dated 27 November 1975 has also been retrieved from the Lands Commission. In this regard, the ministry has served notice to reclaim the encroached land of the department in the Upper West region, which has been encroached upon by a developer to be used for the setting up of a fuel filling station. Then my first supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Minister for his objective response. My first supplementary question is to find out from the Honorable Minister if he is aware that this private developer, whom he has rightfully informed this House of not having a title to the land, has gone to place 2 containers at the department's land and is harassing the management of the department that he wants to take over and begin construction. Is the Honorable Minister aware of that fact? And what is he doing to get the containers out of there to protect the management and staff of the department? Then the Minister responds, Mr. Speaker, indeed I can confirm my knowledge of the 2 containers that the claimant put there. Immediately it came to our attention. We mobilized to remove one of them and threw it out. But subsequently the court action came. Subsequently to that action, and now that it is no longer in court, we intend to remove the other one as quickly as possible so that the place will be cleared for use by the state. These are the facts. So you have a situation where the local government minister is telling us something different, totally different.
Okay.
Then the lands minister is also seeking to create the impression that what I am putting out is not factually accurate.
Hold on a minute.
Now,
just hold on a minute. Yeah. Let me bring an Akumia in at this point. I'll get back to you.
No, I think I should just wrap up this particular...
In less than a minute,
yeah,
yes, because we need to go to the Akumia.
Now, I have a document here. July 19, 2021. And it's from LUPSA, the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. In 2021, this government sought to construct a 5-story local government ministry office complex at the cantonment's land. The question I ask is, if that land had been sold by President Mahama, how come 2021, 5 years after, you wrote this letter, your municipal chief executive, Ladade Kotopon, seeking to vary the certificate of allocation, the 1952 certificate of allocation. And LUPSA denied them. If you read this letter, LUPSA said that no, we will not grant you the approval. And remember, there were agitations, environmentalists and all of that rose up and said, no, don't do away with that only horticultural zone we have in the capital and convert it into a Ministry of Local Government 5-story office complex. LUPSA then issues this letter, July 19, 2021, signed by Kwejo Yeboah, the acting head of LUPSA, that the government cannot proceed, they will not grant approval to vary the allocation certificate. So, what the lands minister is putting out really does not add up. And you see, this whole business of state capture is real. We see it on a daily basis. Only 2 days ago, occupants of Roman Ridge flats They were invited to a meeting at the Works and Housing Ministry. The chief director told them that they have to prepare to move, that the Accra redevelopment policy has caught up with them. Private developers are going to take over. It is real. We see it. Okay. So why don't we have a national discussion?
Hold on 1 minute for me. Hold on 1 minute for me.
On
let me
state capture.
Yes, let me bring in
and
an
see how we stop the wanton dissipation of these state lands. And let me conclude by this Supreme Court judge's observation. It's just one paragraph. When I went to court on the Jacob Echebi Lamte matter, this is Justice Adenyira, and this morning you heard the Lands Minister talk about the Accra Redevelopment Scheme. This is what Justice Adenyira said. Quote, I wish to state by way of obiter that the Accra Redevelopment Scheme of Residential Properties Policy, as implemented by both the Rawlings and Kufuor administrations, has not been wholly satisfactory and has raised a lot of negative comments and issues of morality from the populace. The implementation of this scheme has dislodged a lot of government and public officials from their homes to give way to luxury apartments which only a few Ghanaians can afford to rent or buy. I will stress that since these public lands were initially used to provide housing for government and other public officials, space should be made available to decently house these officials, most of whom hold sensitive positions and thus need adequate privacy and security. Unquote.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Nana Kwame. Yes, Nana.
Well, let me just take half a minute to deal with the earlier part of Samuel Kujato's submission. Now, the reviews, yes, they've been negative, particularly in the reviews that Sammy talked about, Moody's and so on. They've been negative, 2020 and particularly 2022, when we had the COVID and the international fiscal crisis. But you know that of late, they've been a bit more positive. The banking sector is growing quite well. We look at bank profitability, so we get it into financial stability, and with the downward trend of interest rates and so on, funding will be available for businesses. We have been through a crisis. We all agree, 2020 and 2022, and we are coming out of it. There are the negative consequences worldwide, not just Ghana. A couple of weeks ago, Lord Boatin was here telling us that there was no country in the world which has not been hit by massive food inflation, including his own country, Britain. So we have been through a difficulty, and we all admit it. But we are coming out of it. Bawumia and the media, look, the plan that we have for Bawumia, everywhere that he goes, there's an engagement with the media, and there's an engagement with the community. So he's not dodging the media. And so, Sami, you people should move away from that propaganda that Bawumia is dodging the media. And this business about Bawumia's ideas and how good they are and why is he not implementing them? Well, it's a good question. It's a good question. But why didn't President Mahama, as president, implement 24 hours? Because he was president. Nothing stopped him or stood in his way in implementing whatever ideas he had. So he's now telling us that if you vote for me again as president, I will do A, B, C, D, including the famous or infamous 24-hour. But why didn't he do that when he was president? So we are looking forward, and the Ghanaians want a way out. And that's the message that we are giving them. And we are sure that will prevail at the end of the day. Now, this business about land. Listen, if there has been some impropriety in the giving away of state land, let's deal with it. If there's been impropriety, if there has been some undervaluation, if there has been some procedural inefficiencies and so on, let's deal with it. But this business of state capture that Samuel Kujatu is very fun. What does it mean? Does it mean when somebody politically exposed acquires state land, then it's state capture? If that is the case, then it cuts across the political divide. Like the land minister promised you. And I'm sure if he did that and he showed you people who are politically exposed, who have acquired state lands, you will see that they cut across the divide. So if we are going to look at it, and we're going to put the position out there that politically exposed persons should not be engaged in these activities, then it has to be multi-partisan. When you try to pigeonhole one regime, that's when you run into difficulty. Because I'm very sure Samuel Okudzeto himself knows that state lands have been acquired by many individuals, including politically exposed persons, both NPP, NDC, CPP, and so on. So don't attempt to pigeonhole one regime. Now, you remember the Accra redevelopment scheme? I'm sure you are aware. That was introduced in 1999 by the Rawlings government, that these lands that are state lands, those days that they were acquired, they were the outskirts. I mean, you went to Osu, they give you the land, today's cantonment. They were forest with wild animals. When the colonial people went there, they were able to do, the one person would take 1 acre and put up a small, what we call a bungalow on pillars, 3-bedroom bungalow. And the boys' quarters is 40, 50 meters away for the servants and so on. Today, those parts have become the most prized lands. They are no more the outskirts. And their use, the utilization, has become outmoded. That you have prime land sitting in the middle of the city with a bungalow, 3-bedroom bungalow sitting on stilts with some boys' quarters 40 meters away in the middle of the city. So in 1999, the Rawlings government brought up the Accra redevelopment scheme. Said that these lands have to be, the land use should change. So to give them out to people, individuals, companies, who would go by the new land use, which is the development of multi-housing. That to have a 3-bedroom bungalow sitting on 1 acre in cantonments, Roman Ridge, Labone, and so on, wasn't the proper way to use that land. When you can put up housing for 50 people. And so the scheme came up, the Accra redevelopment scheme. And since then, those properties have been let out to individuals and companies. And when you go to this place and you see all these high-rise, 100-unit high-rise, 200-unit high-rise, it's because of that scheme. In the process, some people may also have acquired land who are politically exposed. Okay? And they cut across from 1999. If the way they acquired them, there's some impropriety, let's deal with it. Expose the impropriety and let's deal with it. If there's no impropriety, but merely because they are politically exposed persons, let's deal with it objectively, not pigeonhole it like it's just one regime. There are people who were offered land or they had the opportunity to get some of these lands by virtue of their positions and so on, who refused because they thought that it didn't just sit right with them. But there are other people who acquired it because that was the plan, that was the program. Okay, so let's exactly know what we are dealing with and be objective about it. And then we can have a national consensus, a national discussion. But when you try and say that it's these people, this group of people, and they are engaged in state capture, but then a lot of people on your side and other places have also acquired land. So what do? So don't partisan the debate, because then you make it NPP and NDC and then nothing comes out of it. I don't see where the contradiction between the Minister of Land and the Minister for Local Government is. As Samuel Okudzeto was speaking, I was trying to see the contradiction. What he read from the answer, the Minister for Lands came to, the Minister for Local Government came to Parliament to talk about the status of some of this land that Samuel Okudzeto had questioned him about, the Wa land, and he said there was an issue about the propriety and so on, and the cantonments, parks and gardens, and he said that there was some difficulty with the way that the allocation was done, isn't it?
Yes.
But the Minister for Lands specifically wanted to deal with this issue of state capture, which was being leveled against the current government. And he came to talk about the particular lands that Okudzeto had mentioned. He said the parks and gardens at cantonments opposite the DVLA. It was leased out to a developer in 2016. Whether there are difficulties with the Minister for Local came to talk about the difficulties with the lease and all of that, and how he was going to correct it. The Minister for Local Government was talking about the period of the lease, and he says that it was in 2016. So you cannot put it down as an evidence of state capture by current government officials.
But he makes the point that by 2021, the Ministry of Local Government wanted to put up an office there. And the ministry says, the developer, the current developer, went to court and was unsuccessful. So why would he still go ahead? And why is that not captured in the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources' reaction?
The Minister for, like I said to you, the Minister for Lands and Natural, and I heard him speak, he says he was focused on dealing with the allegation of state capture. And his approach was to show you that this particular land that you said is an example of state capture was allocated or was leased in 2016. So you cannot assign it as an evidence of state capture to the current government. That was his focus.
Yeah.
If there have been difficulties with the assignment, the lease, that's a separate issue. And that was what, if I listen to Samuel Okudzeto, what the Minister for Local Government was addressing. Then Samuel Okudzeto also mentioned some judicial service land is supposed to be at Fifth Circle at cantonments, and obviously use it as an example of state capture with current government people acquiring that place. And the Minister for Lands has been at pains to point out that that particular land mentioned by Samuel Okudzeto was leased out in 2015. So you cannot use that as an example of state capture. You cannot assign it to current government officials. I don't know if the people who bought it in 2015 and who bought the parks again in 2016, I don't know their political affiliation. But if you're going to use those lands as example of state capture, you'll be wrong. Because they were not even done at the period of this government. He talks about the prison service, which prison service land of cantonments. I think that's what they call the Bostal Institute. I don't know if that's the same place.
At Rich, yeah.
That's a Roman Ridge.
Roman Ridge.
Okay. He says that was leased out. That's the Minister for Land. See, that was leased out in 2005. So you cannot use that as an example of state capture by people in the current government. He talked about the Wa land, the parks and gardens at Lawa. He said that was leased in 2020. So you can see, and then the the Minister for Land says that as far as the records available to him show, it has not been sold or leased out. He has to just provide those records. But so I don't see the contradiction. The local government minister was talking about the propriety or the situation with the lease. The Minister for Lands was talking about the period of the lease and in support of his argument that you cannot focus on one regime and say these are examples of state capture.
Okay.
And that supports my earlier assertion that land since 1999, when this Accra redevelopment scheme came about, and as part of the Accra redevelopment scheme, where they will give 2 acres to a developer who put up a 10-story high-rise, there was another policy called infilling. The infilling were small portions of land, like an acre divided into 4 plots, which would not be suitable for a private developer, and they would sell them to individuals and so on. For me, the value, where they sold at the correct values, was the procedure that was used. Was it above board? If the value is correct and the procedure is correct and people have bought them, so be it. Okay. And you would see that people who have taken advantage of this so-called infilling policy, you will see that they cut across the political divide. Did they go through the right process? Was the evaluation done well? If the evaluation wasn't done well, then of course the state has been shortchanged. Let's show that. Let's let the records come and see how much did this property go? How much is the valuation? How much was it bought for? Then we'll be making progress. If we don't want politically exposed persons to buy anything, let's be clear. But let's not try and pigeonhole one government.
Okay. Well, we'll come back. This morning we're joined by Nana Kumia, who is Vice Chairman of the Dr. Baumia campaign team and MD of STC, and Member of Parliament for North Tongue Samuel Okujeto-Ablakwa, also the Chairman of the Government Assurances Committee in Parliament. Stay with us.
Congratulations on your new appointment. Thank you. All right, Chairman. Government assurances. So the ministers will have to come and account for the assurances. For Lord Okujeto-Ablakwa.
We'll be right back.
I'll save my small humble.
Manchester City are the Premier League champions again.
When it's football you want, get it all on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live. Because when it comes to football, we've got it all day, all night. No matter what package you're on, you're always going to get football on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Hello?
Kwame, Charlie, who game no best start you. Obiawa, Salah Eddie Namnaba, Alan de Sucra, drinks no. Sakadie, or Chile one corner, the show Simenu, Vibin and Kwa, na Vinny Junior dear, Cecia no bow. Mata, Yen Tamnabra.
All your best football friends are waiting for you to join them for a thrilling football season on GoTV. Get GoTV Max now to enjoy La Liga, Serie A, Europa League, and more for only 140 Ghana cedis per month. Reconnect today, dial *759# and get all the action. GoTV, love it.
At the peak of her career, she slapped with the worst nightmare of her life. Faced with her biggest decision ever, a strange anonymous caller into a radio show hurls events into an unimaginable turn. This July, Covenances in the Pants of a Woman is coming back. By popular request, Scribe Productions in partnership with Joy FM presents Ghana's first ever original musical on rape. In the Pants of a Woman, shows on Saturday, 20th July 2024 at the National Theatre. First show, 3 p.m. Second show, 7 p.m. Rate is 150 Ghana cedis single, 250 Ghana cedis double, and 650 Ghana cedis for buddies of 5. Dial *844*300# to grab your tickets now. Contact 054-609-8082. Sponsors: Foodstuff Home, Curves and Brushes, Timex Printec, and Sweet Melodies FM.
So do you like it playing?
I loved it.
Out of 1 to 10.
Oh, 10.
Get your tickets now. In the Pants of a Woman.
Arise, arise, arise. Laboni, arise. Losa, arise. Arise, let's celebrate 75 years of academic excellence and empowerment. Join us as we launch our 75th anniversary celebration and the unveiling of the logo. To kickstart the anniversary, the date is 1st August 2024. Time is 4 p.m. prompt. The venue is the National Theatre. We are calling all Losa members across the globe. Come, let's connect, interact, and reminisce from the past. Network and build connections for the future as we put our alma mater beyond the skies. Media partner Joy FM, La Bosco, Wogbe, Lagbe.
Hey, so as for you, every day you are just pressing your phone. Why? Are they paying you?
They are, Oma.
Eh?
The more I use my MTN, the more points I get. And I can use those points to get airtime, data, and even discounts at shops and restaurants.
Hey, so that is why all of you are always pressing your phones. And you won't tell us, so that we too we can enjoy some.
Oh, ma.
There's always more to enjoy with MTN Rewards. Just keep talking, testing, and browsing all day, every day to collect your points and use it to redeem amazing offers and discounted freebies right away. There's so much available for you. So dial *550# and get your reward today. Let's go everywhere you go.
Kweku, have you heard what they are doing on MTN?
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. Myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.
The luckiest *712#. Luck is everywhere for everyone. Yeah.
Welcome and now for a daily *712# and found no regrets. A Sankoma investors are a striking gold. A Sankoma health workers are a diagnosing luck with precision. A Sankoma that tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. Say a Sankoma passionate fan also entering containing a joy. Afraid to the seamstresser or turning a hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, a come on, if you say your next big win is right here.
Dial *712# and join the luckiest winning celebration. From the 1st of July 2024, dial *712# to keep buying tickets as a group, individual, or even as a community. Win loads of cash and prizes in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with *712#. Join the winning streak now.
The luckiest *712#. Luck is everywhere for everyone. Yeah, the luckiest.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. I still have here with me Samuel Okujeto, a Black Member of Parliament for North Town, and Nana Akobia, who is Vice Chairman of the Dr. Bawumia campaign team. We're going to continue shortly. We'll get into LI 2180. Ghanaians have asked a lot of questions. They say, members of Parliament, all of us are going through the traffic. Then you suggest that you'll be giving sirens so you don't get to go through the traffic. Including ministers of state. So if you do that, how do you feel our pinch and solve the problems? But are you looking for some good discounts on sanitary ware and tiles, then rush to Chemo Homes for a crazy summer sale? With discounts up to 50% on over 200 products, the promo ends on the 31st of July 2024. Visit their showroom on the Spinters Road near Manet Junction. Call them on 0244334947. But you know, accessing super reliable healthcare should be the topmost priority for you and your family. That's why MultiPlus, powered by MTN, is giving you just that today for a subscription fee of just 25 Ghana cedis a month. Paid on Momo, you can sign on to a health subscription plan that gets you access to unlimited in-store consultations with qualified healthcare professionals and over 160 covered medications and tests at participating pharmacies in the Ablekuma, Sakaman, Dansuman, Mamprobi, and Kaswa townships. And the favorite part is there's a dedicated nurse at the Muti pharmacy who can teleconference a doctor when you need it so you can access the best consultation services. And to get this great product, all you have to do is download the Ayoba app and sign up today. With your Momo account, just download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. Take charge of your health conveniently and affordably. Sign up for MultiPlus, powered by MTN. And the Otumfo Center for Traditional Leadership, UPSA, and the United Nations Population Fund invite you to a stakeholder engagement seminar themed Ghanaian Culture and the Quest for Women and Children's Rights. What issues exist in Ghanaian culture regarding women's and children's rights? Should we reconsider our culture stance on child marriage? The host is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, Professor Abednego F.O. Amate. Traditional leaders, priests, lawyers, Police officers, the judiciary, politicians, civil society, NGOs, and the general public are invited to the seminar on Friday, July 19th, that's tomorrow, 9 a.m. at the west wing of the Kofi Ohene-Kunido Auditorium at the UPSA campus. Come, let's engage minds to build Ghana. Partners Joy FM, Oasis, and Barista Royal Foundation. For more information, call 0244-733-613. But Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited wants you to know that, look, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment and furniture at affordable prices, has introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches. It's hassle-free, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. And they offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions have applied at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks. Okay, so let's continue with the conversation. Honorable Ablakwa, you wanted to make a quick intervention. Yes.
Yes, so let me remind Nana Komia, I'm sure as for our listeners, they do recall. I am the one who stated long ago that Ghana needs a public assets protection bill. And I announced right here on this show many weeks ago that I have engaged lawyers led by Professor Kweku Azar, and that I am sponsoring a private members bill known as the Public Assets Protection Bill. Indeed, the bill, I can confirm to you on the show this morning that the bill is ready now. Next week, we are going to start with public engagement, stakeholder consultations, and we are going to elicit input from the general public. The Public Asset Protection Bill, we are seeking to prohibit all politicians and politically exposed persons, including other key top officials, senior government officials, whether they are ministers, deputy ministers, heads of government department agencies, judiciary members, judges, other judicial officers, high-ranking military officials, senior officers in the armed forces, state-owned enterprise executives, CEOs, other board members of state-owned enterprises, regulatory and supervisory authorities, officials in regulatory bodies that oversee public procurement and asset management, immediate family members, when we talk about the politically exposed persons, so spouses, children, parents, siblings, entities with controlling interests, companies, organizations, where these public officers hold significant ownership or control. So, I have consistently said that the abuse cannot continue, and that this must affect everybody, whether you are an NPP politician, NDC politician, CPP, what have you. What I also like about this Public Assets Protection Bill is that we are going to create a registry where all state assets will be published. Do you know, Winston, if you ask how many bungalows do we have in Ghana today, public bungalows, they can't tell you.
Quick one. The objects of your proposal.
Yes.
Is it to say that state assets
Yes.
should never be sold, or that they can be sold, but to private individuals?
So we are saying that if there is justification and there's public consensus that a particular state asset can be sold, you can go ahead, but politicians are prohibited. And then if you leave office 5 years minimum, you cannot engage in the purchase of a state asset. That's what we are proposing.
So you've drafted it already?
Yes, it's ready. And this week we are going
Have you
to
submitted
to... so we fill the forms in Parliament. We are going through the various processes. So I was talking about the registry that we are going to have,
But
a
if
database.
Anyway, we are not debating your report.
Yeah.
But for my money, if you say that politically exposed persons should not buy properties, but the properties can be sold, people will just go behind people. So the criteria should be the transparency. The rules should be
it's all in here.
established.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
it's all in here, and that is why. And I'm excited.
It's a good
I'm excited about your input. We'll invite you. We'll invite you to the session. We'll invite civil society so that we can all make inputs. And there's growing support for this across the aisle, across the divide. And I'm sure that we'll have a lot of NPP MPs who will support us. I was talking about the registry that we will create, where we can have all status. Do you know in Parliament? Yes, I have been asking, how many lands do we even have left? This list of all those who have purchased land since 1992, I asked a question. Honorable Kwame Agboja asked a question. The lands minister, for years.
He says he's prepared to make it available.
Oh, please. I don't believe that. Last
time, but he said it here.
Oh, in Parliament, do you know what he told us?
What did
he said that, hey, people be careful. If I publish this list, all of us, the political class, will go down. And some of us said, so what? Let's go down. So what? We will not be blackmailed into some fear of the unknown. Look, I always say that if you engage in any public conduct, state assets, deals, and all of that, and you fear that if it comes out, why? Was the value low? You can't defend the value? It wasn't transparent? Then you have yourself to blame. And don't expect us to come and defend you just because you belong to a political party.
Okay.
So look, the way
now he
forward,
says you publish, so hold him to it.
So we'll hold him to it. And I'm glad that we are going to be in charge of government assurance. It's one of the first things we'll be working on. He must come and produce that list. He assured Parliament more than 2 years ago that list will be published. It has to be published. Now let me quickly say that all the state capture cases, I stand by them. There were one. He has confirmed. Except that now what he's telling us in the new statement he issued is that they've gone to do rezoning. Rezoning without recourse to the local government ministry? When did he do the rezoning? And I know the interest that they have in that wild land. I know. If they don't stop it and they don't follow what Parliament has asked them to do, Parliament has told them to go and demolish that fuel station.
But he told you a fuel station has been built.
So what? They had absolutely no basis. He knows that when he was granting the lease, he shouldn't have done that. And they are shielding the owner of the fuel station. I have all the facts.
You see a politically
and I know
exposed person.
Yes.
He's an NPP
Very
person.
exposed. I know what is going on.
How about the judicial service?
They should go and demolish that. The fuel station. Look, we are not going to allow parks and gardens. Already our river bodies are gone. The few green spaces we have, what kind of suicidal mission is this? We will not accept it.
How about the judicial service land?
Judicial service. I'm so excited about the judicial service matters that have come up.
He said it was leased in 2015.
That is what he claims. But you see, in that same statement that he issued, if you pay regard to paragraph 25 to paragraph 27, the minister says that on the 27th of June 2017, on the instruction of the president, they withdrew all the leases, including the ones to Frames Oil and 23 others. So you withdraw the leases, we applaud you. I am not going to defend. I think that whoever engaged in this when we're in power, because a lot of, even top, I can tell you, top NDC people were not aware of this.
Aware of
and
what?
That is why I say that.
Aware of what?
This shenanigans around. You know, it wasn't handed over. The bungalows were not demolished, but clearly people at Lands Commission
this
had
is
done
the judicial service
Yeah,
land.
the judicial service land.
Okay.
So they had done this quietly on the blind side of leadership of the NDC when we're in power, hoping that when these judges retire and they leave the bungalows, then they take over.
Well, Honorable Blackwell, he talks about the fact that, point 27, paragraph 27 says,
I'm coming there.
Following the submission of the committee's report, the then Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, by a letter dated 28th of December 2017, directed that the lease granted to Frames Oil in the year 2015, together with 7 other leases that had been cancelled pursuant to the directive of the President, be restored, and the lease was accordingly restored.
Fantastic. That's where I'm coming to. And if you read paragraph 26, the paragraph before, they say that the then minister, John Peter Mewu, on the 22nd of September, set up a committee. Then, paragraph 27, they decided to restore the lease. This time not to 23, but to Frames Oil and 7.
Yes.
So, what is happening then now, including the current demolitions, and how Frames Oil and their collaborators defied an injunction of 28 November 2023, is because of the lease that President Akufo-Addo granted on the 28th of December 2017 by the minister's own fact. So look,
the lease that was restored.
The lease that was restored. You've done something commendable on the 27th of June 2017. I will have applauded. You have heard me applaud. I have, for example, applauded the Ghana Prison Service publicly.
But not to cut you.
From what you are saying. I have applauded the Ghana Prison Service. Just a second. I've applauded the Ghana Prison Service. They are engaged in a battle of their lives over the Boston Institute land. They are taking on the senior advisor to Dr. Baumia. And again, in Abu Jinapur's statement, he says, one Professor Edu, as if he doesn't know him. That's your colleague in government, a politically exposed person. Baumia senior advisor, seeking to take over the Boston Institute land at Roman Ridge.
Which he bought in 2005.
2005, under President Kufuor. And it doesn't matter when he bought it. He now wants to, according to the prison service people, they have gone to demolish their fence, and he's seeking to take over. They are in court. I invited the Interior Minister to Parliament on the 5th of July. The Interior Minister assured us that he will support the prison service to secure that land. These are politically exposed persons.
Okay.
Then back to the facts are surrounding the judicial service land. So you have done something commendable, just as I have commended the Ghana Prison Service and the local government minister for what he has done to protect Pass and Gadis land. I would have been commending you for what you've done 27 June 2017. There was no NDC meeting, no cabinet meeting, no NDC Congress. We said that go and do this. So we will have commended what you did in June 2017.
Okay.
But then in December 2017, you go and restore, this time not to 23 but to 7 and Frames Oil. And they defy a court injunction last year, demolish these judges' bungalows. All of that happened now.
Hold on 1 minute.
There's small caveat that I wanted to put out to Sami regarding this judicial service land. Mm-hmm. So the fact is that they were given out in 2015. A new government came in.
There was no takeover.
The new government came in 2017.
Yeah.
From the narration of the minister, the leases were reviewed. The ones that
initially withdrawn on the 27th of June.
The ones that were found not to be tenable were not allowed. You said how many? 15. How many were reviewed?
So 23.
23
plus Frames Oil, so that would be 24.
24 were reviewed.
Yes.
And 7 allowed.
7 plus 1. Yes.
So 8. So about 16 were not allowed. Mm-hmm. This is a review.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How is that state capture?
But you restored it.
You restored to what? To 7, 8.
You restored.
How
to
is
8.
that state capture?
You are aware of so many of these leases that were outrightly cancelled. You are aware
because at the end of the review, are you prepared to agree, accept that after the review, some of them were found not to be tenable?
I have filed a question demanding the full report of this Amewu committee.
So let's move on.
Because we want to know the content.
So let's move on.
When we talk about state capture happening, but very quickly on Du Bois. Du Bois.
I can give you only 1 minute.
I have all the documents here on Du Bois. This is the agreement signed on the 22nd of September 2023 by Shelley Ayokoboche, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Godfred Yeboah Dame, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, 22nd September 2023. I am surprised that the Lands Minister says that he's not aware of what his colleague cabinet ministers have done. The other signatories here are Japhet Ayiku of the Museum Foundation Ghana, Humphrey A. Dake, and one Deborah Rose. It's here. I'll give you a copy. And it says, agreement between Government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and W.E.B. Du Bois Museum Foundation, Ghana, for the finance, management, and transfer of the W.E.B. Du Bois Center. And when you read this, the Du Bois Center has been transferred to this private foundation for 50 years. And I have other documents here. The president has written to them that he is going to honor their invitation on the 27th of June. This is a letter, you can read it, dated 6 May 2024, that he's going to attend the event. I have another document here, July 8, 2024, signed by the Chief Director, Minister for the Minister, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, reminding the Du Bois Foundation of the obligations that they should come and show the $30 million in their accounts and all of that, so that the site will be handed over to them. It's here. You can read this letter, July 8, 2024, signed by John Yao Agbeko. So I'm not making any
for them
story
to
up.
manage the center.
So it's a finance, management, and transfer. They will take control of the center
for 50
for
years.
50 years.
My quick comment is this, and Sammy, I'm sure you'd agree.
Yeah.
This business about leasing out land to private investors, it's been with us since 1999. The entire airport city, it was public lands. It's been leased out to private investors because there's a redevelopment scheme, and government will not be able to execute that redevelopment scheme. The entire airport city has been leased out to private.
One second. What I said is false.
No, 1 second. So the issue about giving it to a private investor for redevelopment, according to a plan, cannot amount to state capture. If there's some impropriety or it will change the nature of the place and so on, we can raise issues.
Okay.
Yeah, now my last point is that the Minister for Lands, you says this agreement was signed by Attorney General.
Yes, the Foreign Minister, 22nd September.
Maybe that's where the Minister for Lands is coming from, because I don't know what the law
but he
is,
accuse
but
me
he
of lying.
He says that as far as the records show, and he's in charge of the records. He's in charge of lands, and these are public lands. So it's an issue that the minister should look at. If his colleagues have signed something and the records have not changed and so on, it's something that we can deal with. There's no problem.
So the minister
I'm interested in.
He should go and amend his records and stop calling us liars. Yeah.
His records do not show that the place has been sold
but it's
out.
been signed. The people are prepared to take
let's move on.
The
Let's
president
move on.
is going to attend the event. The president has confirmed with this letter that he's going to attend the handover event.
Let's move on.
Yes,
because you in Parliament and your colleagues wanted to have an LI passed where, as members of Parliament, one, you can have sirens fitted on your vehicles. Two, you don't have to adhere to speed limits. Ghanaians are saying, what in God's name would convince you, the representatives of the people, and you complain about all the work you have to do, instead of holding the executive accountable and making sure the executive fixes some of these problems, you're rather trying to insulate yourself from the problems. Why?
So, Winston, this should be an opportunity for us to really shed light on how Parliament works. The way you have framed your question, it will create the impression as if all of us are in on this.
Well, the Speaker's Committee, Subsidiary Legislation Committee.
Yeah, I mean,
and when it was brought
before God and man, even as we speak, I haven't seen that LI. MPs were not giving copies. We haven't debated this. You know how these things are done. So, under the Constitution, the minister will bring the LI. The Speaker then refers it to Subsidiary Legislation Committee. Once the committee is satisfied with their work and they come and lay it, that's it. 21 days, it matures, it becomes law. Not too long ago, I took on colleagues over passport fees. When Foreign Affairs Committee had not done deliberating, scrutinizing it, and then whilst we were waiting for the Foreign Ministry to come back, they go to subsidiary legislation. It's laid at 21 days, it matures, it becomes fees. I have placed on record my total objection and disgust at how we were treated on that matter. But it is a fundamental problem with how our constitution is framed and how these allies are worked on. So it goes to subsidiary legislation, is laid. There is no opportunity for all of us as a house to know the content, to debate it.
It went through pre-laying.
Pre-lay is just a few people at subsidiary legislation committee.
Not the entire committee?
No, normally it's not even the entire committee. So let's be clear. I can confirm to you that when this matter became public on our platforms, I can share messages with you. There are many MPs who said, what is this? We are seeing this for the first time. It was Franklin Kujo who put it out. I said, can this be true? And there were protests. MPs were not happy. That is why our caucus leader had to issue a statement. Will you believe that even the leadership of our caucus didn't know the content of this?
But on the 14th of June, the minority chief whip, you can be heard saying that the chairman of the subsidiary legislation committee is actually told him that their concerns have been addressed. And those concerns, the Ministry of Transport say, was to have members of parliament and ministers of state included in there.
Again, Winston, you are only confirming what I'm saying.
I'm only trying to say that
all those concerns,
the minority chief whip,
all those
his head on the floor. So his leadership.
Dr. Atuforsen, the minority leader, has told us he had no knowledge. And that's why he signed that statement, asking the ministry to come withdraw it, that will not support it. And he has since issued a memo to leadership of all committees that before any matter is finalized and laid on the floor, they should let him see it. I've received my copy of that memo. So, look, I have said publicly that I don't support this. I think it's needless. I've been chasing this transport ministry. Nana Kumia will confirm to you elsewhere on our Friday banter on Metro TV. Buankra, I've had urgent questions. I am demanding answers. As we speak, there is a looming $3.6 billion judgment debt over the minister's conduct. He's put aside what Parliament approved, the concessionary agreement, and on his own is engaged in a lot of illegal conduct. I have been looking for him on that. I think that that's what he should be addressing. We are all concerned about congestion on our roads. Why not fix the congestion? Why not ease the burden for everybody? Why do you want to take the ruling class out? And I've seen that from what has been put out in the media, they've even added security operatives, cyber security, intelligence, and all of that. It's such a wide ambit. We don't need that. We don't need that. And you see, this is what we do consistently and create the impression that we want to create for ourselves a second world, and that the problems confronting the people on the ground, we don't want to be part of the solution. Whose job is not important? Who doesn't have sensitive roles? Who doesn't contribute to the national economy?
Your colleagues say they have a lot of meetings. Sometimes you have a meeting in Parliament, you have one at Pediase, so they have to move.
We all know that if we must move in a group to a meeting, and there are times that it's an emergency, we know what to do within a certain limited scope. So this is so needless. It's a useless distraction. And I'm surprised that such a thing was even brought to the House in the first place and contemplate. Look, Winston, are you aware that other countries, they are walking away from this? In Nigeria, the floodgates became so widely open that even spouses, children, friends, business people, religious leaders, virtually everybody, business people, everybody who considered himself important, and they have been clamping down in Nigeria, reducing the people who are qualified under law.
Okay.
In Kenya, when the Gen Zs rose up, the new sheriffs in town, they have walked away from it. So why do we want to just provoke the citizenry needlessly? Things that other countries are walking away from, dangers that they are running away from, we are inviting it upon ourselves, embracing it. So look, this whole thing, I think that it's a needless distraction. I know there are many, many colleagues. And my good friend, Dr. Ayeni, we sit together. He sits on my right-hand side in Parliament. I've expressed my views to him. And it's really just unfortunate that this whole matter, came about.
So
but
are you saying you didn't even know?
We didn't know. It wasn't discussed at caucus. No, it wasn't discussed on the floor. It wasn't discussed.
Okay. Nana,
let me ask Kamio Kujeto one small question.
Yeah.
You sit next to Ayini.
Yes, my good
He's
friend.
the chairman of the subsidiary committee.
Yes, he is.
Has he issued a statement accepting responsibility for that?
He has. There's a story on my Joy Online.
Yeah, I think he granted an interview, not a statement, but an interview.
So he has admitted responsibility.
Yeah, that it came before them at their
For me,
committee.
that is the crux of the matter. The hypocrisy of the NDC. And this is what I was talking about earlier. All of you, as Parliament, the subsidiary committee is a committee of Parliament. The Ministry of Transport brings an ally on traffic management. At the pre-laying session before the subsidiary committee, you impress upon the ministry to include members of Parliament in the exemption.
Yeah, but Nana, how does it become hypocrisy of the NDC?
Well, I'm coming. I haven't finished.
I'm not a member of that committee.
Oh, can I get 2 seconds, please?
Please go ahead.
So, the Ministry of Tourism, Transport, brings its draft ally. There's a pre-laying session. Before it's laid, pre-laying means before it's laid on the floor, there has to be a meeting with the particular committee, which in this case was the subsidiary committee. At that meeting, you impress upon the ministry to add members of Parliament. There's a public backlash. The NDC then tried to take themselves out of it. Oh, we don't know about it. We are against it. So there's an attempt to put it on government. That is government that is bringing an ally.
That was
to
a minority
exempt members
leader
of
statement.
Parliament.
But
Yes.
Roxanne Dapia-Mekwo and others were defending it.
Yeah.
Defending what?
Defending the ally.
Those who were at the subsidiary legislative committee, they were defending their act.
But I'm saying, you see, so I am
So
not.
Nanako, you say that everything that a member of the NPP somewhere does, you
No,
support
I haven't said that.
and you must go with
I'm
it,
saying
even
that-
if you disagree with
I'm
it.
saying that it's you NDC people who go on that track, and that's why I was even cautioning you about this matter of state capture. You see, I could say to you that the subsidiary legislation is chaired by the NDC.
Yeah.
So if anything goes through that committee, then that whatever goes through there is inspired from the NDC. But I wouldn't say that, even though the facts clearly show.
But we didn't meet on this.
I haven't said the entire 275 met on it. I haven't said so. I'm saying that this was a decision by a committee of Parliament. That committee, apart from it being chaired by NDC, consists of all members. So if there's a problem, why does one side issue a statement to disassociate themselves from the problem? That's my worry. So then you partisan it. You partisan it. The minority leader issues a statement that, we don't agree. This is not something.
Yeah, because the leader didn't know about the leader.
But
The leader felt
but-
that he had even his leadership has been undermined.
And in
that
fact,
at least he should have been informed
when
as leader of the caucus.
The footage that I saw when Ayini, the chairman, in the chat with the speaker, was assuring the House that what they wanted had been included in the airline for the minister to confirm before they will allow him to lay it. You, Okujeto, I saw you in the footage sitting next to Ayini.
Yeah, I didn't know what was in
Yes.
it. Because it's
But, but fine.
unless it matures, then they give us copies.
Fine,
You're a senior member, former senior member of the House.
When it's laid, you have a copy.
No, they don't give us copies. I still don't have a copy.
When it's laid, you don't have a copy.
No.
When the thing is laid before Parliament, you don't have a copy. But how can we, the public, got copies and you sitting in the Parliament, don't have a copy? Now I'm saying that. I'm saying that. But
it
you
was
keep
a civil society
you keep interrupting.
official who
Listen,
put it
I'm
out.
saying that. If you say you
We're
didn't know
not giving
about it,
copies.
it's possible you didn't know about it. But I find it a little strange, given your massive oversight role and all of that. But if you don't know about it, it's fine.
Well, as for
you
this,
cannot.
I should have intercepted this document. No problem. I will concede.
The kind of documents that are not before Parliament.
I was busy on state capture.
But you managed to state capture and so on. You managed to intercept. The one that is before Parliament and where the chairman of the committee is sitting next to you, you didn't intercept. But let's grant you. But I'm saying that don't try to partisan it.
Okay.
It's a parliamentary thing. If because of the public backlash you want to remove it, say so and let Parliament itself, not one side trying to disassociate themselves. That's what I'm saying. It's hypocrisy.
Okay.
And then you partisan the debate.
Thank you very, very much, Nana Komia, and thank you very much, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, for joining us this morning. That's all time would allow us here on the Super Morning Show. Yes, we're finished. It's 10:20. That's all time would allow us here on the Super Morning Show. And next week we'll continue. There'll be more discussions. My name is Winston. I'm on behalf of the team. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
At the peak of her career, she slapped with the worst nightmare of her life. Faced with her biggest decision ever,